You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. What is going on? Good to see ya. Let's have some fun tonight. Let's talk. Let's chat. How we doing out there? Pour yourself a drink. Doesn't have to be alcoholic drink. You can pour yourself whatever you would like. You know, let's have a little fun. All right, let's go ahead and turn that down a little bit. All right, cheers, guys. Well, we got plenty to talk about, especially when it comes to one studio, huh? Jeez, what a week that was. Cheers, guys. All right. How are we doing out there? Talk to me. All right, let's see. Everything's good, right? Okay, just making sure. I had a little bit of a mishap right beforehand. I was just making sure that everything's good. All right, we got Monique right here. Let's see how we doing. Hello, hope you have a good day. No dinner for me tonight. Spent the day at the vets and had to put my dog to sleep. Sorry to hear that, Monique. That sucks. That really sucks. You know, if you guys remember, I had to go with Mama Film Junkie at the beginning of the year. Like, seriously, like this, it was day 3. It was like January 3rd, 2nd, 4th, or 5th. I don't know. It was the first week we had to put her dog down, and that was brutal. So my condolences. That sucks. That really sucks, Monique. You know, it's not an easy decision to make. And yeah, I would not wish that upon anyone, especially after, you know, going through it, I tell you. So, oh, what's happening, Ghoul? Good to see you. Finally watched Greenland 2 last night, and what the fuck was that? like the first one was extremely good too. Yeah, I think they just felt like they had to up it. Like, it's not terrible, but they were like, we got to up it with like crazier things and whatnot, and it just didn't. It kind of fell flat a little bit. You know. And it's just like, what else are you supposed to do? And it feels like that movie should have been way longer, and it seems like they cut it down. And there was like a lot more to it. So, yeah. So, what's going on, Raw Frequency? Yeah, all pretty well. Right now, the weather is just so perfect in freaking California. I got the window open. There's like a breeze. We got a storm coming in this weekend. And it's not been hot, you know? So, you know, the spring in California is always great. So, what's going on, Attitude Man? Good to see you. We got Taladia plays right there. 25 months and going. Can't wait for Clayface. There you go. Taladia will be showing up later. What's going on, Max Wolf? Night Danger. Happy Friday to you too, sir. We got Sly Bat, dude. Can't fucking wait for Clayface. Give me Freeze next. I know. When is Mr. Freeze going to show up? I mean, I think Arnold just totally just effed up that... even though his design was kind of cool. I don't say like the design. I mean, but the whole portrayal of Freeze was just not good in Batman and Robin. But to tell you, it almost seems like you know, I think George Clooney said in an interview one time, you know, a long time ago. This was like before Batman Begins. I mean, I think I remember reading in an article on like Entertainment Weekly, like a physical magazine. This was like back in 2000, 2001. I think it was like when Ocean's 11 came out, and he said that he and Arnold killed the Batman franchise or something like that. So pretty funny, but hey, they survived. So D4vid was supposed to do music for Beyond the Spider-Verse. Curious what will happen now. Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that, because if you guys didn't know that this artist right here, this artiste, he's probably going to get a death sentence. There's a possibility, or life in prison for sure, because wow, turns out this guy was a demon. Pretty crazy. I was not too familiar with his music, did not even know that he was supposed to be doing music for Beyond the Spider-Verse, but yeah. So essentially, if you guys didn't know, this the Day 4vid, who found a 14-year-old like in his trunk, right, dead. And there was he was a PDF file kind of thing going on, and they even found a bunch of CP on his phone or something too. Yeah, dude was not a good person, truly evil, demented person. That's interesting. I had no idea he was supposed to do that. That is interesting. Oof. Dave, you have a chance to check out California gubernatorial race? No. Butch Ware's getting some celebrity endorsements. No, I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up. Okay. Oh, you're talking about like this is like a political stuff? I mean, it's whatever. I mean, okay. I mean, it's fine. You know, I don't really try not to dive into politics because it gets so messy, but you said a goober. Okay, you're talking about like the government race. Okay. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe there's some typos there. I was like goober what? But California. Hopefully California gets better. All right. It's all good. It's all good though, man. All good. Thank you. Hey, Mr. McKenzie, helping out the pirate ship. Cheers, my friend. Always great. Thank you, sir. Always great to see you, Mr. McKenzie. Hope you're doing good down there in the land down under. Or, you know, the island off the land down under. But always great to see you, bud. He's always in the future, so don't tell us what happens. But thank you, sir. Always helping out that pirate ship. Yeah. I agree. 40 minutes longer, and see, there was a lot of ideas there, and it just did not work. So weather in Jersey is back and forth. What's going on, Mr. Axel? Mr. Droga is here. Oh, that guy did music for Invincible. Whoo! But that's the thing is, you don't know. You know, somebody seems perfectly normal, and then all of a sudden, hey, you find out that they killed a teenager, and it's twisted. I've seen some of the things, and I had no idea. No freaking idea, man. No idea. Free seems tough to adapt in the Batman, but DCO could work. Yeah, that's the thing, and that's a lot of things. Like when it comes to all that, that's the thing. When it comes to all that, it's like, man, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Matt Reeves can be pretty. He can be pretty creative when it comes to his choices and what he does. When it comes to his universe, he could be pretty creative, I think, you know. But at the same time, I mean, that's why when I was seeing people like groan that this Clayface movie should be taking place in Matt Reeves' universe, I'm like, you guys don't understand Matt Reeves. What are we doing here? So it's just crazy. Inmates are angry at Man of Tomorrow because Batman told them to. That's funny. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that thing. Jeez. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Because I didn't see a movie. I didn't see a movie on Thursday, so I don't have a movie review. Because I'm seeing the Michael Jackson movie. I'm seeing that on Sunday. I'm seeing it with a little group of friends. And I think that's a movie you want to see with a group of friends, for sure. You know, it's one of those where you're going to be bobbing your head, you're going to be singing along. And I think that's so. When I had like friends of mine who rarely go to the movies, they're like, I want to see the Michael movie. I was like, all right, great, let's go to IMAX on, and then she was like, Sunday, all right. So I'm going Sunday. So seeing the Michael movie on Sunday. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Clayface trailer hit on so many levels for me, wondering how much of the Flanagan script was kept. Loved that it's based on Feet of Clay episodes. That's what I'm talking about. Michael, I'm seeing on Sunday with, see, there you go. It's going to be a big movie. I mean, obviously the critics are giving it shit because they're playing it. And I had a feeling when I was seeing like the Rotten Tomatoes and the critics basically saying that the movie's playing it too safe. They don't delve into the controversy, even though this movie kind of just it's all about Michael from being a kid to like 1988 or 89. So we don't get into all the other stuff quite yet. I don't know if they're going to try to tackle that, but at the same time, it's all weird. There's even like new allegations that were coming out because obviously there's like people waiting for the movie to come out, or they're recycling old allegations because the movie's coming out. And I'm just like, how are we supposed to know what is legit and what is not? I mean, that's the thing. when you see the timing of stuff, when people are like 4 people are like, oh yeah, he groomed us. And it's like, what the hell? How are you supposed to know what is true or not? And all you're doing is, it seems like you're trying to do a cash grab, trying to get some money. And then it just takes away from actual victims out there because you're trying to do that. You know, the movie's coming out, you know, it's going to be a big hit. It's going to be a big hit. Hey, there's Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. And Mom, if you want to do dinner tomorrow, yes, let's do dinner tomorrow. I don't have anything going on. Let's go get some Mexican food. That's what I'm talking about. We go to this one spot that's in her town, which is the next town over. Really good Mexican food. So let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, Gen V got canceled. I still have to watch season 2. I'm so behind on boys stuff. That sounded weird. I'm so behind on the boys. I did watch. I watched the second episode last night. And if you guys saw my post, I posted something funny that's actually kind of getting some traction on Twitter. So if you're following me on Twitter, you didn't see it, but I posted something from the boys. I haven't watched episode 3, and then I still got to watch Gen V. So I should, because I know like they work together, just like the first season worked with season 4. So I'm like, I should probably fit some episodes of Gen V. I enjoyed Gen V. I'm kind of curious of why they're just like, hey, we're done with the boys. We're done. We don't need Gen V. And I'm like going at the same time, I'm like, Gen V was working with the boys. Like it was like, you know, so now that the boys is wrapping up, maybe they felt like they just didn't need the spinoff anymore. That's the way I took it. You know, some people were like, because it's too woke or something like that. I saw that stupid shit, which of course, naturally people just do that shit. But yeah, so. Oh, there's Mr. Chainsaw Reacts. What's happening, sir? Metallica or Metallica? I'm going to go with Metallica. Man, Jordan, good to see you, my friend. Man, if only we had the means and we could see the Metallica at the Sphere in Las Vegas, because obviously they're going to be playing at the Sphere. That would be quite the show. I was going to try to win tickets on the local radio station that I have there, but good to see you, man. Hit me up if you want to come on tonight, be part of the panel. People say Michael's worse than Epstein. People also say he's protected kids from, it's so crazy, because you have Macaulay Culkin who said, I hung out with Michael all the time, nothing ever happened. You also have Corey Feldman that said the same thing. Corey Feldman's a little different because Corey Feldman, sadly, he got sent through the ringer, and Corey Feldman now is just, he's not all there. And he thinks like he's some talented musician, and he's not. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. But so it's all just crazy. It's all just crazy. I mean, speaking of music though, hey, you know, Foo Fighters, they had their new album. So any Foo Fighters fans, hopefully you guys checked out the new album. I already listened to it twice. I listened to it last night when it dropped at 9:00 my time. And then, of course, I listened to it as I was working today. It's a fairly short album. It's like 36 minutes. You know, it's got some good songs. It's got some good rocking songs. I love me some Foo Fighters. So, of course, I got the Giants game on right now, and first inning. Cheers. And, hey, cheers to you Dodger fans out there, Mama Film Junkie. And anybody else who's a Dodger fan. Hey, Giants took the series. Did not see that one coming. I cannot believe the Giants beat the Dodgers twice. That was not supposed to happen. The way the Giants have been playing, was not supposed to happen. Season 2 of Gen V heavily into Season 5. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like I should definitely start putting on Gen V episodes this weekend. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch some Gen V episodes for sure. So, oh yeah, there's the boys in Mexico. That's interesting. They're still doing. Oh yeah, interesting. And Vought right. Oh, okay, interesting. Yo, what's happening, Versus C? Good to see you. Your profile picture, man, kills me. Us going to a Metallica show together. Yeah. I think we probably wouldn't be. We would probably want to shoot a video after, but we would not have voices. We would sound like, yeah, we just had a good time, and yeah, it was great, man. It was like, yeah, we wouldn't have voices if we went to a Metallica show together. We wouldn't have voices for sure after that. Weezer, seeing Weezer in September. Oh, and they also got a new album coming out. I was never a big Weezer fan, but I like their songs. I remember like the album that came out in the 90s that put them on the board. I listened to that album a lot when I was younger, when I was a kid. I listened to that album a lot, with the one with like Say It Ain't So and Ooh, Ooh, Buddy Holly and everything. So, and I don't know if that the Sweater song was also on that one. I don't know. But yeah, they've had some other good ones too. But I've never like really got into Weezer except for that first album. I listened to that album a lot. What's going on? Hey, yo, again. Oh, you're talking about Antonio. Good to see you, buddy. All right, Antonio, good to see you, my friend. All right, guys. Like I said, hit that like, thumbs up. Feel free to ask some more questions and whatnot. I'm going to dive into some of the stuff. Like I said, I didn't see Michael yet, so I'm not going to be doing a review. I'm going to see that Sunday, and I'll probably do some kind of video maybe or something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to be with a group of people. Not everybody wants to get, videoed, so probably not going to happen. So probably won't have like a first reaction or something like that. But maybe I'll do something when I get home. And then maybe talk about it a little bit more on Monday's Film Junkie Live. So anyways, but we got a couple of things we want to talk about. But keep on talking. I'll answer some questions, and super chats are of course welcomed as well. Those get talked about first. And make sure you subscribe and do all the things. But let's talk about this Man of Tomorrow controversy. I fucked up, guys. I fucked up. I shouldn't have jumped into this controversy, and I didn't at first. I didn't. And I'm sure you guys saw it. This whole little controversy about Man of Tomorrow and where it's currently filming at the moment. And yeah, it was just like one of those things. It's just a bonehead on me. Because even when I first saw it, because who was reporting this controversy at first? TMZ. Anytime, you see stuff with TMZ and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. And you might, celebrity, stupid gossip and all this kind of crap. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, God. And I saw it, and this was what? Yesterday? Yeah, this was Thursday. And I saw it, and I went, I don't even want to touch this. I don't want to touch this. Because I'm like, why? And if you guys didn't see, I'll show you exactly. Oh, man, I had it up. Hold on. I'll show you. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Okay. So this is what they reported right here. And I'm actually going to use this guy's tweets right here because he kind of breaks it down a little bit more so we don't have to actually open the article from TMZ. But here you go. Let me get my background in there. I always forget the background. God damn it. So here it was right here. Attention. The prisoners in Atlanta's jail are furious about the filming of Man of Tomorrow because it's disrupting their daily routines inside the facility. While the movie is being filmed, the prisoners have to remain in their cells much longer than usual under normal circumstances. And of course, this is what it had said right here. Okay. What was the prison called? It was like FCI. That's right. FCI Atlanta. So that was the thing. That's what got posted. FCI Atlanta, federal prison. So naturally, it was just like, oh boy. All right. So now we're getting this from TMZ, and I'm going, oh man, what is this going to do to the crazy discourse out there? Specifically when it comes to the discourse between Snyder and gun fans. And naturally, obviously, it was just things were starting to go crazy. And I at first when I saw it, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to touch this. But then at the same time, how do you not touch it? How do I not touch this? Because I'm always heavily involved in these discussions and whatever. And I was just, at first I was like, oh, this is stupid. And then I just went on with my day and everything. But then my dumbass, of course, I don't know. I think it was just because I already had my 2 cups of coffee, my 2 big heaping cups of coffee that I make for myself. And I make a special blend, guys, that maybe I'll sell one day. The Film Junkie blend, the Dave's blend bulletproof coffee that I make with a French press. It's the best part of my morning. It really is. So So then after that, I go to my For You page and I see a specific Twitter handle who is, it's just one of those big time gun troll, hates James Gunn, been in my mentions numerous times, has been very toxic when it comes to a lot of things. Basically saying supporting the prisoners of this facility. And I was like, oh, wow. All right, fuck this. I'm just going to say it. So, this is what I shouldn't have done. I should have researched the facility first before I before I just jumped into the fray, before I jumped into the battlefield. Because I'm thinking, oh, this is a federal prison. This is a penitentiary. We're really going to be defending these hardened criminals and everything like that? We're really going to be doing this because you hate James Gunn this much? You have James Gunn derangement syndrome so much that you're going to be defending criminals, hardened criminals? Not realizing that, this is more of a minimum security prison. It's not, they're still criminals. Let's not, mind you, they're still criminals, but they're not super violent, ones that where you lock them up and throw away the key. See, I dove into this thing thinking, oh shit. And then of course I had some people come at me and everything. And I was like, yeah, maybe I should have researched the facility first and realized, oh, this is minimum. This is nonviolent crimes mainly and this kind of stuff. So it's not, but at the same time, it was still when it came to certain people that were defending, the only reason why you were defending was because it's Superman and James Gunn, this Superman and James Gunn. So let's not, that was the main reason when I was going, the only reason why you're doing this is because it's specifically this movie and this director, okay? You would not give two shits if it was another movie and another director. 100%. 100%. So yeah, it got all messy. There was people going back and forth, and it was just oh man, I was seeing stuff. I was seeing ridiculous stuff out there. There was people that were, on both sides that were just going pretty crazy when it came to the whole thing. And yeah, like I said, I shouldn't have jumped into it. Jesus, what's going on with this game? Anyways, God, well, they're down 3-0. Sorry, I just saw a home run just being hit by it's only the first inning. Sorry guys. Anyway, shouldn't have jumped into it because I was like, oh yeah, shouldn't have jumped into it like that. But I was just pointing out to the fact of this really stupid, Twitter account, which again, I shouldn't even gave into that. That was oh wait, we were defending this because of this movie and blah, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, we could just go back and forth when it comes to all that. It's all just very dumb. And I was like, okay, Jesus Christ, what the F? But then what ended up happening? Guys? Well, turns out, shocker, that TMZ may have overblown their initial report. What? The shit you say? You're telling me that TMZ might have over-embellished? Huh? They never do that. And this is one of the reasons why I was like, why did I even jump into this whole thing? Because it's TMZ. It's freaking TMZ. Dumb. Why are we going to be listening to TMZ? Just so freaking stupid. So here we go right here. Update when it comes to this stupid thing. Update. TMZ has clarified its earlier report of Man of Tomorrow filming in Atlanta. Per the FBI, feedback from inside the facility has been largely positive, with officials saying it's considered an honor to host a DC production. They also noted disruptions have been minimal. While inmates are more confined during filming, they're reportedly receiving improved meals prepared hot within their housing units rather than in the dining hall. Oh, so now it's good, and it's actually an honor. But then naturally, there's some people can we trust the FBI? No, you can't. All this is just so blown out of proportion and so freaking stupid. And then there was even somebody right here, this was being passed around as well. Somebody posted on Twitter who has a son inmate in this facility. And this is what she posted right here as well. So she actually tagged James Gunn and said, my son is an inmate at Van Call not a proud mom moment, I assure you, and is a big comic book movie nerd. You all are filming right below him, of course. He can't see as you are filming, but having you all there is the most exciting thing for him and the other guys. I get daily updates, sometimes even multiple times a day. Oh, just got another message wanting me to ask if you get a response, ask if I can play Kite Man or something obscure. Be really good at it. And then he said, James, he also said, thanks for the Oreos. They are being fed better since you're all there. And apparently some of the inmates are like, they've been seeing like stunts that have been done. I thought that, maybe they're just doing exterior shots. I don't know why they're having to full on film at an actual prison, but maybe they were just like, hey, this saves some money than building a fucking set. I don't know. Maybe there's the more when Nicholas Hoult and David Cornsweet, because I'm guessing that there's going to be a prison break and maybe Superman's going to be involved. I'm guessing Superman's going to be involved, or maybe it's just going to be Lex Luthor and God knows who else. Maybe when they actually do, have the actors there, this might just all be stunt work, all stunt things, and they're like, well, we're going to do that like this and fight scenes and prison break. I don't know. It's going to be all pretty crazy. So. I mean, who knows? Maybe that could be fake too. Again, everything just always sounds fake to me. Even like the initial report, I'm like, that sounds fake. That sounds overblown. What are we doing? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah. And then the FBI said, it's actually good. We're fine. And then you have that woman. Is that real? Is anything real, guys? I don't know. And for the most part, it's like, why did we even do this? But at the same time, all this did was add to the discourse online, because I saw people say that, well, it doesn't matter, even though the story was reported badly, it showed that these gun fans are freaking terrible because of what they said, that they don't give a shit about certain people and inmates. And then, of course, the gun fans are saying, man, like these Snyder cultists are saying this. They back up freaking criminals, and I don't know. It's all just, it was like, oh geez, what a big mess. What a big mess. What a big mess, guys, and just absolutely ridiculous. And it's like, man, can't catch a break. DCU can't catch a break, it seems. Doesn't it feel like that? The DCU just really can't catch a break. That's why when people are like claim that it was really bad when Zach was here, no, it's much worse now. It's much, much worse now. Okay? I was there defending Zach 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, still defending. But when he was like heavily involved, yeah, it was a war zone, but it is now like an absolute battlefield of just crazy, weird shit, because social media is even bigger now. Twitter's a bigger cesspool now. It's all crazy. So, hey, there was no reason why anybody should have even freaking jumped on that. I wish I didn't jump on that, because I was like, oh yeah, I jumped in. I went into the fray without getting knowledge, and I that was a dumbass on me right there, where I should have researched the facility before I jumped in there thinking, oh, it's a federal penitentiary. It's housing really bad criminals. No, not really bad ones, but still, but at the same time, I'm not sitting there going, when people are like, they're having a low point. I'm like, well, what did they do though? Maybe some of them just, because sometimes when it comes to, the justice system, it's not perfect in this country. That's for damn sure. And some people get locked up for stupid shit, shit that they shouldn't get locked up for. So, and there very well could be those people there. But at the same time, we got to remember there's also people there who've done some bad shit too. Anyways, that's all I really got to say about that. It's all crazy. Ugh. Just all done, man. And then we have this. We have the lanterns. We get a banner. Poster. That's right. We get more lantern stuff, and it was like, sweet, yes, more lanterns crumbs. We got Clayface, we got Supergirl at CCXP. Man, the DC Studios is having a good fucking week, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, we got the Man of Tomorrow drama that happened, and then while that was happening, we get this new lanterns little tease and poster and tagline. That's right. Tagline. the tagline that everybody has been talking about when it comes to lanterns, and it's just like, oh man. It's like, and it's like, oh, okay. So here's the little tease right here. I mean, I'm sure you guys saw it, of course, but we'll watch it right here. It's posted by Jimmy Guns and various other things. So yeah, no music, no nothing. There's the ring, lanterns. Only one can wear the ring. What? Huh? One? Only one can wear the ring? What? There's a bunch of rings. There's a Green Lantern Corps. What the? There's so many rings. There's guy. What? Oh, man. Yeah. So then I was like, I saw the tagline. I went, it's not a good tagline. And then I started seeing people immediately, because that's what we do, immediately react to it and push back on it. And I was like, oh, geez, here we go. I saw it. I kept seeing it. And it was funny because after the Man of Tomorrow stuff and everything, I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to jump on this because it was already like a mess when it came to the Man of Tomorrow stuff. And I'm like, oh, come on, guys. What are we doing here? I mean, yes, I'll give it to you. It should have been, the tagline should have been something that was pulled from the Oath, the Green Lantern. It should have been pulled from there, like a little line from that. You know, it should have been something when it came to that. Brightest day, darkest light. I don't know. They should have maybe just pulled something from that instead. So when you see that only one can wear the ring, what was the big response that everybody just like jumped on was, what the fuck? There's multiple rings. There's a whole Green Lantern Corps. What the hell are we doing here? And blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, guys, whoa, take a minute, pump the fucking brakes. How many times do I have to say pump the brakes? But you can't expect people to pump the brakes. Everybody's so reactionary. We all are, even me. But this time I pumped the brakes. So I was like, oh, what does that actually mean? Oh, well, if you look at the full banner and everything like that, if you look at that again, we'll bring it up right here. You're looking at that right there. What is the biggest thing in this poster / banner, whatever you want to call it? It's the ring. It's Hal Jordan's specific ring. And who's standing within the ring? Hal Jordan and John Stewart. That's what it means. It means only one of them could wear the ring. Only one of them. It doesn't mean all of the... oops. Forgot to do that. There you go. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden they forgot that Guy Gardner exists or the other Green Lanterns exist. Yeah, all of a sudden, James Gunn, Damon Lindelof, Tom King, all those guys that are involved with this were like, oh shit, we forgot that there's other Green Lanterns with rings. No. That's why when I was seeing people and I was going, but mainly the people that I saw comment on that and react to it and say that stuff, oh, you were already checked out. You were already hating this prior. So it makes sense. It checks out. It's just another thing to hate on it, to throw shit at it, for sure. And I was like, okay, it's just that. Yeah, it's of course. But that's not. It means that specific ring. If you just sit back and think about it, yes, Guy Gardner does show up in this. We already know that he's going to show up in this, and we already heard Hal Jordan talk about the other aliens, the other Green Lanterns, a squirrel, Chip, right? We already saw that too. And it was just like one of those things where it was like, oh my God, this is where we're going. And meanwhile, the whole time, the joke that I made about it was not about the tagline. It was about the fact that there's actually green. There's actually green right there because everybody's complaining that there was no green in the trailer, but there's green there now. Absolute green. Oh. But of course, I was like, yeah, but it's a dull green and people are going to shit on the fact that it's not green enough because, they said that Aaron Pierre wasn't black enough. So naturally, they're going to be like, this is not green enough. And of course, I did see that too. Oh, it's puke green. What the hell is this green right here? It's like, Jesus Christ. There's always going to be something to complain about when it comes to that. And then, of course, the Lanterns trailer, like the original, it got removed. They removed it from like HBO Max or something like that. So naturally, same people start going like, oh, they removed it. I guess they saw the backlash and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, that's just something that actually happens because there's always certain things. This happened with, and this goes to the diehard Snyder fans that are going, hey, look, they removed Lanterns. They must have saw the backlash and saw that it was ass. Oh, yeah, this thing's going to get canceled and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, they did the same thing with Zack Snyder's Justice League Hallelujah trailer. It usually is something with the rights of the music that they use. Like the Hallelujah song, that was the reason why they pulled the trailer from the HBO Max channel. And there was a song, I forgot which song, that was in the Lanterns trailer. That's probably the reason why that they pulled it. No, it is the reason why. But there's reasons why. Don't think that this thing's getting canceled and everything, the whole DCU is just going to the shitter. Again, it's just, I just try to put out the information. Yeah, I made a dummy mistake when it came to jumping into the Man of Tomorrow drama. But at the same time, when it came to this, I'm like using my brain of like, oh, I know what they're talking about. It's that specific ring, because there has been times in the books also where, it's not normal, but there's been times where they've had to share a ring. And now, of course, and then there's other people that were going like, oh, if they're saying only one can wear the ring, that means Hal Jordan's done for, right? Hal Jordan is definitely going to die in this series. And then Jon Stewart gets his ring. And then I'm like, yeah, could be that. Or, maybe at first, like while he's training him, because it actually is emphasized too. Remember when he puts the ring on the dashboard in the trailer and then he barrel rolls out of the car? It's like, yeah, only one of them can wear it. So then he puts it on there. And then I guess Jon Stewart, it was like a test for Jon Stewart. I don't know. Is Jon Stewart going to get his own ring, or is Hal Jordan going to die and then the ring goes to him? Are they giving it away or not? That was the way I was looking at it. But there you go. Only one can wear the ring to conquer them all or something. I don't know. It's all crazy. So with all the DCU content that came out this week, man, there's a lot of drama as well. Some of it was a lot of it was just really dumb. A lot was just really stupid stuff too. It's like, it's just so freaking crazy, man. Always crazy. Anyways, all right. Well, that's enough of that when it comes to all that stuff. Sending out the invites, get some people in here. I'll answer some of your guys' questions and everything. If you sent some down there, let's see what else I got. All right. Let's see. Oh, I love it when people don't get the jokes. I love it when people don't get the jokes. There. Okay, well, all right, here we go right here. Hey, Dave, what's going on, Jay? How's it going tonight? What do you think about the Clayface and Superman Man of Tomorrow filming? Well, I just gave my thoughts really right now, so you got that response, that's for sure. But I'm looking forward to seeing some set images in Cleveland. What's going on, Devin? Good to see you, my friend. What's your favorite Daniel Craig movie? Skyfall. Yeah. I might say Casino Royale, though. Might take it more than me, to be honest. Started watching Kick-Ass yesterday. I subscribed to Slav. Yeah, I got to get Slav back on here. He actually wrote a book. I should get him back on. And he sent me that. I still haven't, I just haven't had time to read it, but I need to, it's kind of an interesting topic. It had to do with like Zack Snyder and stuff like that. So I just haven't had time, and I fucking feel bad for that. But I gotta maybe get him back on soon to talk about his book. It's okay, Dave. Everybody makes mistakes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was just like one of those like, I shouldn't have done that. I should have like realized, oh yeah, it's not hardened criminals. It's more low key criminals. Still criminals, but low key. Oh, speaking of TMZ, someone mentioned Butch Ware. Yeah, the guy who went after Kanye West, Luther Vance, endorsed. Oh yeah, political stuff and everything like that. You gotta love it, right? Prisoners upset. Another news water. Yeah, the whole prisoner thing was a lie. It was confirmed that people. Yeah, exactly. It's no different when streets are. Yeah, I know. And see, that's the thing. That was like another thing too. And I was like seeing. I'm like, this is just a thing. And it's like, so they get inconvenient. And now that was my thing too. It was like you get inconvenienced for a couple of days, few days maybe, but then it turns out it's like, oh no, we're good. We're just you got to stay in your cell a little bit more. Here's a hot meal and here's some Oreos. It's just like, I don't know. It's just such a weird thing. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Just so weird. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you, my friend. There's a show where they film inmates, and yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that when they film with actual inmates and stuff. It's happened so many times. But my initial point when I quote tweeted that certain account, I'm like, you wouldn't give two shits if it was, and it's 100% true that a lot of these guys, pretty much all of them, they were making a big stink, that are either diehard Snyder fans or just really hate James Gunn. They wouldn't give two shits if it was any other movie, and any other movie, they would not give. It would not go anywhere, when it comes to all this. So, yeah, it's freaking crazy. Doesn't sound like TMZ at all. Prisoners are just happy to share the same. Yeah, if she was actually there, kind of wondering, Just press trying to get views and wind people up. Yeah, that's TMZ for you. Bro, it might be a prison break. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's going to be a prison. Yeah, Lex Luthor is getting broken out of prison. Now, does Superman help? Is Superman helping? That's the questions. That's the questions I was wondering. So, Lantern's is going to be good. Maybe, I think you meant Sinestro believes that, yeah. Tagline is just wrong. Yeah, it's not the best tagline, but when people were just being when they're just being willfully stupid about it, that's what I hated. It's like, come on, that you're not these people, the brain trust of DC Studios didn't just automatically forget that there's other rings out there. But yeah. So yeah, it's just like, Earth has one protector. There you go. There's that. I'm not ready for Supergirl to come out in exactly 2 months from now. Amelie is attractive and the movie looks good. And I love crypto and discussion. There you go. What's going on, Mr. Joe Starr? Lanterns is going to be the best thing in DC. There you go. I like the optimism. Yes, I agree. But man, there was a whole big backlash that said that he wasn't, which was really ridiculous. I mean, it was just like, what are we doing here? And it's like, we just see that kind of stuff, because he's a little bit of a hybrid. I'm a hybrid. I'm half Mexican, half white. And, but if you look at me, you just think like, oh yeah, you're just a white boy. And it's like, no, look at my last name. My last name is very Mexican, so Spanish. Actually, it's very Spanish. Because it's different, Yeah, Mexican, we, speak Spanish, but, that's Spain. And then it came, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Things start in, the other part of the region and it came over here. But, it is. But it was just like, I remember putting that out there and kind of like going on a rant about it. It's like, you're gonna shit on the guy because he's got a little white in him. It's like because he's not full black. And I've heard that too. It's like, yeah, because there's a lot of people out there because, hey, guess what? People mix. There's a lot of mutts. We're a lot of mutts out there, a lot of hybrids. So that's why I can go out in the sun and get a nice tan and don't burn easily, which is nice. It's nice, So, but yeah, it's so ridiculous. But whatever. I think he's going to nail it. My theory is that Hal is the head lantern of the sector versus others like Guy that are underneath, and that's why he's training John to take over because he doesn't like Guy. That's what it's going to be very interesting. I'm so freaking curious about this series. So curious. CJ from GTA San Andreas. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Cool. Dave, the Snyder Cult aren't the only ones who are triggered by DC. You have Democrats wanting to boycott DC Comics Studios because of Ellison. Yeah, I keep triggering them. Yeah, I know. There's that too. I mean, there's so many things. I mean, it's just DC just cannot catch a break. DC just can't catch a break when it comes to all this. It's like, what the F? Just never can catch a break. I'm buying all the DC books this week. There you go. Support DC Comics. Started watching Luke Cage season 1 recently after I finished Jessica Jones season 1. Great shows. Yeah. And I'm caught. Like I said, I'm caught up on Daredevil, and obviously, I mean, not spoiler alert. They already kind of talked about it on social media and everything, but yeah, this last episode of Daredevil, Jessica Jones shows up, and it was fantastic to see her because I love me some Jessica Jones, some Kristen Ritter. YouTube channel said Supergirl had a bad test screening. Oh no, there was reports that they had good test screenings, bad test screenings. It's gone back and forth. Test screenings, I get so tired. Kikasia is Nostalgia Critic. Is that what it is? Okay, because I wasn't sure. I was like, was that a typo? I'm tired of this whole Lanterns hate train. Everyone on, they are judging a book by the cover. The show is not even out yet. I know. The show's not even out yet. It's like, give it a chance. Yes, the tagline, it could have been a better tagline. They should have just pulled something from The Oath. They should have just pulled like a little thing from The Oath, or had like a little play on one of the Oath's lines. They could have done that, but at the same time, when people are just willfully just like, I was like, did you guys just really think that James Gunn and these guys just went, oh fuck, we forgot there was other rings? It's like, no. And then it kind of intrigues me. I'm like going, well, maybe they're playing a little bit of like, oh yeah, we're gonna put this out there because yes, it's getting a lot of traction. So maybe they were like, hey, let's put this little tagline out there, and then people are gonna look at it wrong, and then it's gonna get a lot of traction, and then people are gonna tune in to try to understand exactly what that tagline means. Ooh, maybe it's that. I don't know. Social media is a tricky fucking game to play. I mean, you really got to think like fucking sex 6 steps ahead. Jesus Christ. Easy there. Sorry. 6 steps ahead. My God. Where's my brain? But Green Lantern comic, I didn't open it yet. I don't if it was green, black as plague. I grabbed it. Okay. Well, hopefully enjoy it, man. Reminds me of wrestler Paul London, Caucasian, but half Latino. Yeah. Remember when they wanted Tyrese? Oh, that would have sucked. No. I remember seeing when people were fan casting him. I was like, no. You know, all that guy does is yell. All he does is yell in the Fast and Furious franchise. He just yells. Ugh. I'm kind of intrigued in a good way about Lanterns. Good, as you should be. Man, I haven't seen that movie in forever. I watched Nostalgia Critic. Okay, cool. Oh, all right, guys. Well, there you go. Oh, James Fun is in the chat again. James Fun. James Fun is in the chat. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Start bringing some people on. First off, we got somebody coming in.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Christopher?
I have a voice again. So there's
hey,
that.
Your voice sounds good. Hey, it's back. That's always good.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Yeah, I know. Especially when you do something like this, as you know. Well, I mean, even with your regular job too, you probably do a lot of talking.
Yeah, my people were saying, weren't you supposed to not talk as much when you lost it the other day. I said, yeah, no cards, maybe, you know?
Right. Oh man.
Yeah. Fortunately, yeah, it's much better. Much
Yeah,
better.
that's good. Yeah, you sound good. You sound like your normal self. But
Yep.
good to see you. Good to see you, my
see you.
friend. How was your week?
Busy,
Yeah.
busy, tiring, but lots accomplished. So still lots to do, but I'd say if I pretty much got checked at least one thing off the to-do list each day, so it's good. It's a good week. Take the
Yeah,
simple
if you
things,
could,
right?
well, yeah, as long as you could do that, if you could check things off and feel like you're accomplishing things, that's always gonna freaking help for sure. It's always gonna
At
make
least,
things better.
at least my fate's not melting off like a certain trailer we got to see.
Ooh, I know, I know. It's been a good week for the DCU, I would say. I mean, obviously, when we
Depends
get
who you are.
yeah, yeah. I mean, a good week and a bad week. Obviously, when it comes to a lot of things. I mean, it was just like, oh, jeez. It was like, man, the Clayface trailer. I posted my video today about seeing the reaction. Where what's cool about the Clayface trailer and seeing the reaction to it that I mainly saw, besides the stupid, fandom dramas and discourse and whatever, it's just the fact that when I just would just see people that are like, "Holy shit, this looks good," and I'm like going, "Yeah," and I click on that person's profile and I scroll and I'm like, "Oh, they're not even part of this. They're not like a diehard gun lover or a diehard Snyder lover." I loved it when I saw that, and not even like even into the DCU, and maybe not even just a casual movie watcher. And I'm like, this is why I said that this was smart, because if you can have something that is low budget in the horror genre like this, and this movie makes a little, even if it makes like 200, if it makes $200 million, it's profitable. Because if the budget was like 50 million, or something like that, where it only needs to make like 150 million to start breaking even, or to break even and stuff, when you do like whatever the math or whatnot. But then what if it makes even more than that, and then it's just like a huge success? And when I saw the trailer, and even that first poster, because the poster came out 3 hours before the freaking trailer came out, and I thought that was actually smart too, because I thought I wasn't sure if the trailer was going to show up at 9 o'clock my time, because I think James Gunn posted the poster like 20 minutes before 9 o'clock my time, which was before noon, 20 minutes before noon Eastern time. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe the trailer is going to show up but I wasn't sure, because I actually was like, I got contacted by somebody and they were like, oh, it's at 12 o'clock your time. And I'm like, is that a typo? So I wasn't sure. But then of course, when it didn't, I was like, okay, cool. So now you're allowing the poster to kind of just let it go out there and circulate. And I was like, cool. That was actually smart, because what usually happens, we get the posters and then the trailer's not far behind. So I actually thought smart on the marketing to just let the poster circulate for 3 hours before they drop the trailer.
Yeah. And, fandom be fandom. You get people trying to dunk on it saying, oh, of course, in the James Gunn verse, we don't get Batman, but we'll get the villains of Batman, but without even seeing Batman. Please some of the people most of the time and none of the people all the time. But again, they're not making these necessary for us. They're making it for general audience. But this, for us, Clayface became, for many of us, was Batman the Animated Series, Feet of Clay. Yes. That kind of reinvented. But I mean, you look at how many different versions of Clayface, and that it's not the mud monster until we get to Matt Hagen. The first one wasn't even close. It was just a master of disguise.
Yes.
But you take the idea of just what, a version of what people consider the substance, and you put it in this kind of frameway. I mean, that's how you get people wanting to do it. You don't put it like a comic book movie. Yeah, DC Studios is right there. But as someone put in the chat, like, this could be a Sinners-like movie. Like, yes. It was like, you don't have to have it. You can make a good, quote unquote, villain anti-hero movie. I mean, depending on how they do it, this could be, obviously Matt Hagen has portrayed, it could be a very sympathetic character who does awful stuff when he's literally, loses his livelihood and however he gets to turn into Clayface. This has the potential to be a very good movie that just happens to be, you know, a DC Studios movie, kind of like what the first Joker was.
No, you're right. It's like, and it's funny too, because when you watch Feet of Clay, there is moments of like, you do sympathize with Matt Hagen because I mean, yeah, he's not a, you know, obviously in that, I don't know how much they're gonna Flanagan pulled from that Matt Hagen, because you know there is times where he, I mean, he's very like, you know, he's kind of douchey and everything, but then there's like you go, oh yeah, he's suffering because of, you know, because his whole life has been movies and playing these other characters. And you know, when you see that last scene where it's like him and Batman and then they're in that control room and then all of a sudden all his characters start playing on the screens and then he starts tripping out, and you know, and like even Batman's like, let me help you, like he's not trying to be like trying to destroy or I gotta like do this. No, we have to help you. I want to help you. I could understand you were traumatized and you got turned into this monster. And I'm thinking that when it comes to this movie, they're gonna really like emphasize like, oh yeah, you know, he probably like was a good person. Maybe like maybe he lets the success go to his head a little bit where he gets a little arrogant. Sure. But then it's like, then he just goes down a dark path now that things are happening. And I think they're pretty much emphasizing with that, with the trailer. But yeah, I mean, I think horror fans are going to eat this up. It's coming out.
Moved it to October finally. So that was the only right move.
Yeah. I mean, a week before Halloween. I think that's smart. And yeah, like I said, I've been saying this ever since it was announced. I was like, there's going to be people going into this movie not even knowing it's a comic book movie. You know, they're just like, oh, wow, that looks interesting. Okay. But then they're going to see the logo and maybe be like, hey, well, DC, I've seen that, you know, but other than that, it's like, and then another thing that I emphasized about it too was this movie is not going to require really any homework.
Yeah,
I think you can go in as fresh as possible. Maybe you can ask a fellow nerd friend that you have, or it's like, wait, so this is, and they can explain to you, oh, this is a Batman villain, this is, you know, this, that, and this. Sure. But at the same time, people can go into it really fresh. And then even if you don't want to watch it, it's not like you have to watch Clayface to understand what's going on in Man of Tomorrow.
No, but you got to. It's going to be that one little sequence in there that's going to reveal everything.
Yeah.
But I would love them to do an homage or something to how that second part of Feet of Clay ended. Like that was perfect in the sense of, you think, you know, spoiler for an episode that's aired many, many years ago.
Yeah.
Where you think Hagen is dead and they figure out saying, wait a minute, electricity doesn't kill him. And then Batman says, well, I wouldn't be surprised that all they have in there is a husk and Matt is still alive, and just zooms in, his friend saying, you know, love you, buddy, miss you. And then there's this woman, and all of a sudden it kind of pans into her, starts laughing maniacally. Hagen's laughing, then you got the yellow eyes.
Oh,
that
man.
was one of the best episodes of the series. Definitely Feet of Clay, you know.
Part 1 and part 2. It was an hour
Mm-hmm.
episode. And you know, it's that the ending, and I saw people posting that ending because it's like got a really cool scene of just you know, Batman looking at a piece of a leftover little chunk of clay, and he's like shocking it and it's turning into different shapes, and then Batman's like, yeah, I would not be surprised if Hagen is still alive because this, that, and this. And then sure enough, when you see Clayface on the, you know, in the morgue, and they pull him out, and then you see him there, and all of a sudden it just crumbles, and it's like, oh yeah, he just shed and done. So I was like, oh shit, yeah. And then of course you get that shot at the end where, you know, his assistant dude or his friend is just like, goodbye, Matt. And then you see the woman, and it's just ha 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 ha, and it's like, you know, there was like a sympathy there for a little bit. But then it's like, oh yeah, well, this guy, he's turned evil. And that's the thing. That's what's kind of cool about it. Is like, you could, if you could sympathize with a villain for a thing, but then you realize, oh yeah, but now he's it's all going to his head. Now he's just, now it's bad. And the other episodes that have Clayface in them were also great too. And we have to mention too that who voiced Clayface in the animated series was Ron Perlman, which he did a great job. Everybody knows who Ron Perlman is. A good Clayface voice for sure. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the reception. Like I said, it was like, despite all the crazy discourse and despite people not realizing that Matt Reeves was producing the movie, everybody was like, what? And I'm like, that was like, it was such a funny like thing to see the reaction from people who were like, oh shit. Especially people who are not liking this universe or not liking James Gunn. They didn't know what to do with that because they liked Matt Reeves. And they were like, shit, how do I respond to this? And then they were just like, this should be in the Matt Reeves verse. I'm like, you don't understand Matt Reeves then. It's like, what are we doing? It's like Matt Reeves would never do something like this. It's like, no, he would do the Master of Disguise, Baslo, Carlo, more of the golden era, like whatever the hell.
Not the fantastical. We don't have a fantastical Batman.
And then we got a Clayface like that in Caped Crusader. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, you're gonna get something like that, more grounded approach. You're not gonna get this in one. Oh man, the shadow.
And then you get the people saying, "Oh, we've already seen Clayface in Creature Commandos." It's just like, how's this connect? Just wait, just wait. All right.
He was sitting on a couch playing video games.
I know what happened. You started to like give up and just be lazy about it. It's like. Again, many different versions of Clayface. We don't have all the answers. You can't have it both ways. You're going to want to know the answer or you're going to have to be patient. I don't think there's... You can't have it both ways. It's not Burger King.
There's a possibility that Matt Hagen maybe likes to play video games. Ever think about that?
Maybe he's just... Hey, people, they're just like us, villains.
I mean, that's what's so funny. I'm like, okay, you're going and you're comparing it to like... Because... Yeah, and it looks a little weird. It's like Clayface in its full form playing video games on a couch before him and Rick Flag Sr. go at it. But it's like, okay. But they could lean why this Matt Hagen doesn't play video games.
Yeah, I mean, they could lean really hard into, yes, you have an upcoming actor, as we're seeing from the footage and the magazine covers and things like that, but really lean hard to what popularity and celebrity is now. Yeah. It's not just being a famous actor. It's not just being that TV star. Good point. They could really, The Substance did what The Substance, outstanding movie, but they could take that idea, which is what people are going to compare to. It's not, I think they're going to have to lean into that, but also saying yes, there's that idea, but we're doing something more with it as it is based in our universe.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you're 100% right. We're going to bring on Taladia and Ronan. What's happening, guys?
Hey.
What's up, muchachos?
How you doing? Good to see you guys. Obviously, we're already jumping into Clayface talk. Hopefully, you guys had a good week of videos and life.
Well, what can I say?
It's been a week.
It's been a week of all sorts,
Yeah, no, that's usually how it is. That's good. But good to see you guys. Thanks for joining. For sure.
Thanks for the invite.
Always, man. Always like talking with you guys. But we're just kind of, Chris and I were just talking about the Clayface. I mean, there's there's always going to be drama when it comes to this thing. So, but for the most part, when it comes to this trailer, is just like, oh wow, we knew that it was coming, and when that first poster dropped, it was like, oh shit, look at this, and then trailer dropped, and it was like, oh shit, look at that. And how you guys feeling about it?
Oh man, like I don't know about you, Taladia, but like to me, and you alluded to it, Dave, the shot of the shadow shot of him reaching up and forming his that is right out of animated series, and I'm like, that's enough for me. I'm good right now.
That's perfect. That's what a teaser trailer does. Gives you that little bit of just like, oh, I see it. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah, man. And again, I know it was inevitable. People might bring it up on that, but I was like, I don't want to hear people saying, "Oh, this feels like Superman or Peacemaker," or like, no, this feels nothing like the previous projects, and that's a good thing. That means that there's more muscle to this universe than the previous projects, and it's what they've been saying to us from the get go. And I was thinking about it. The Lanterns teaser alluded to the same thing. Very procedural. It's a cop show with space cops investigating something in Precinct Earth. Boom, we got that teaser. This Clayface, it was body horror, 1 minute, mind you, only 1 minute, and
Yeah.
I love that. I love that it didn't have that much stuff that like you didn't have to be a comic book fan to be into this. Be like, oh, just might be another good horror movie this year. It just so happens that it's part of the DC universe and it's a character that hasn't been done in live action yet like this after many, many years of people just doing the Joker, Two-Face, Catwoman. It's like, all right, what else is in Batman's rogue gallery that we haven't done yet fully to this extent that might be, no pun intended, might have some substance to it. And I love them, man. And again, I like horror. It's not my main genre to go into, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna give it a try. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm pumped for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, and we got to remember, like, again, writer Matt Flanagan, who has always been, I mean, he tweeted out in 2021, for God's sake, it was like 2021, this is 5 years ago, where he actually said that he wanted to do a Clayface. And I remember even back then, I was like, hello, guys, can we have this? Can we have this here? And then he takes that and pitches it to Gunn and DC Studios, and they're like, "Holy shit!" Like, I mean, it's just the fact that taking that approach, and you knew you were going to get backlash of like, "Oh yeah, people are going to probably be like, oh yeah, we're going to have a Clayface before we even have our Batman established fully." That takes a little. That just kind of shows you that the pitch was that good, and then the script was good too, and and then you get somebody like James Watkins, which he hasn't done a ton, but I really enjoyed his Speak No Evil movie that was a remake, and I thought that was a good movie. There's a lot of tension, a lot of like he did. I actually really enjoyed that movie. I know he did the movie Woman in Black with Daniel Radcliffe. This is a movie that came out over 10 years ago. I didn't see that movie. I remember when I was talking about it, somebody in the chat said the first one was really good, and then I guess they made a sequel and it wasn't good, but he didn't make the sequel. So, and then he did some TV work. He actually directed an episode of Black Mirror as well. So I think they, will we want Flanagan to direct it? Sure, it would have been great, but that guy's busy. He's making Carrie. I think he's making the Carrie series or whatever the hell. So he's too busy still adapting a lot of Stephen King stuff.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, for the most part, I'm like, but Taladia, what did you think?
I actually love the trailer. I'm actually excited for it. I've been saying this since last year that this film is going to be the most anticipated film for a horror genre, because it's first time DC have tackled a horror film like from a villain perspective, right? And like it's coming out in the horror month. Yeah. And furthermore, I think it's probably going to be an award-winning movie.
You think so?
I actually think so. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because if you think of the prosthetics and the way Clayface is in the trailer, like with Matt Hagen and all that, I actually do think that it's going to win an award just for that alone, the visual effects. That's what
that'd be pretty cool. And then I'm curious because I don't know anything about Tom Reese Harris. I'm kind of curious of and kind of curious of his performance. I mean, so far, obviously with this trailer, we didn't even hear anybody really talk. But just the way he looks. I mean, I thought it was such a Scott and I were talking about on DC Fanimated where it was like, it was such a whoever cut the trailer knew exactly. They knew the assignment, the saying of like they understood the assignment, because it was like show him in the hospital bed with his face all bandaged up, and then just intercutting with him in the limelight, him on the red carpet, and then all of a sudden, then things go bad, and then it was like, okay, face gets cut. There's something happens, something gets injected, show a little bit of the clay movement, and then show his face, like, melting, doing so. Yeah. And then of course it was like, it just built up to like, oh shit, Limelight gets attacked, gets injected. We see the clay move, and then it was like full on, like, okay. And then his face is just starting to like, do all this stuff like that. So
also, we also got to remember that this takes place before the events of Superman. James Gunn has actually stated that. So
yeah. Which
again, I think we all kind of assumed, since he was, Clayface in Commandos, it was like, okay, that if it's, it's the same Clayface. He even confirmed that too, because some people were going, is it the same Clayface? Do we have multiple clay faces? And I'm like, I don't think it's multiple clay faces. I'm like, I think this is the same Clayface that we see in Creature Commandos, who fights and almost kills, Rick Flag Sr. So yeah.
Again, they've been saying there's a lived-in universe, and I think that's the thing that they're gonna have to adjust for a lot of fans. It's like, if those who want to keep up and follow in continuity, which I think that's the plus. That's not the main. That should be the main thing going into it. Is like, is this connected to everything? Is like, I know, on its own. Like they've been saying, can it stand on its own? And can Grandma and Grandpa go to this and be like, oh, it was really good horror film. Oh, by the way, it just happens that like you might see this character later down the line if you see this animated series, whatnot. So I'm looking forward to that, and I really hope, like till I was alluding to it, that like they go full like Cronenberg in The Fly, like really go into it and make it like not unwatchable points, but just be like disturbing. Like, oh no, this is a comic book, a film that's based on comic book characters, but like this is what happens when you actually deal with it and see how it looks in live action. And yeah, just that's that last shot of the tub of him just in the tub and then just covering his whole face. I'm like, that is something. And I was telling this to the fellas that like, I think what this teaser did good so much was that it built a potential new muscle for this universe, where it's like, okay, it doesn't have to feel expensive as hell. It could be one of the low budget stories, low budget films or shows. And what does that mean if one day they choose to do The Question or do Wildcat or do some of these characters that aren't 100, 150, $200 million projects that warranted that, I guess, in this day and age, but like simple. And I think that this teaser proves that you could do that. Like you could do a Question movie or show down the line that doesn't have to be that expensive. And especially for someone who you don't see their face, that's all you have to do for. And I like the little bit of teaser we've been seeing also of Gotham in this teaser. Again, it's very quick.
Yeah.
And again, if you see the set photos, there's some cool details in the set photos. If you've been keeping an eye out for that,
and stuff like that.
Yes,
that was
Flying Grayson.
Yeah.
So we got William joining right now. What's happening, man?
How are you doing?
Hey, William.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, William?
Not much.
How's it going from the newly revamped Sci-Fi Center? Good.
Getting ready to open it back up. It's open now, but getting ready to open it back up next Saturday.
Nice. Yeah. Congratulations. I know that was a lot of work.
Yeah, it's solo too. Drilling holes in the walls ain't no joke. I don't care what kind of drill you have.
Concrete walls, probably.
Yeah, concrete walls with filled cinder block, which was not necessary for this type of fire. It's getting done.
Well, that's good. That's good. Well, thanks for joining, of course. And then we also have
Phil. Hey, Phil. Phil.
What's going on, Phil?
Hello.
It's got the sunglasses on tonight.
Hey, real fast. James Gunn could have never made that movie.
What?
Clayface.
Oh, Clayface, yeah.
I knew he was gonna fucking say something like that. I knew it.
I'm just saying the next two DC movies, they look infinitely more spectacular than Superman. What more can I say? And that one's specifically for all the fucking haters that love to come at me in your comment section and everyone else's comment section because I live rent free in their head like fucking Zack Snyder does.
Yeah. Anyway. Paragraph length rent free, by the way. Some of these cats type in like novels.
Dude, I wasn't even on Nerdcast last night and someone left a fucking comment about me. I was like, well, that's bold, but hey, more power to you, I suppose.
Yeah, I've had that happen too. I'm a YouTube nobody ending up in other people's streams and I'm not even on. That's like, what would I collect?
I showed Dave a comment that I left someone like what was it, a week ago? Someone who's kind of, you know, sends their love in this comment section from time to time, or they're in the live chat from time to time. But yeah, no, it's funny. It's funny to have haters. I'll say that much. But yeah, guys, happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Also,
Friday, human.
I would like to thank Chris for putting me in touch with David Ortiz's art on Instagram for these badass Absolute Batman t-shirts that I got, because hot damn, these shirts go hard.
He does good work.
Oh, yes, he does. I've wore a couple of these to the gym. Oh, man.
Especially when he's standing in front of Nick Dragotta with the Batman issue #1. He's like, where did you get that? He said, I made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you sent me the picture of those, and I was like, "Oh, those are cool." Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out his stuff.
Dude, I can't wait to take these shirts to Comic-Con and hopefully get Scott to sign one of them. It's gonna be amazing.
Hey, I got excited. Scott's coming to Heroes Con this year, so that was automatic.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the
Coming to
first time
Vegas,
for me.
too.
Yes.
He's all over the place, man.
Mhm.
He's such a cool guy. He's such a nice guy. We love Scott Snyder here.
Well,
We
that's
love
good.
anyone named Snyder who works on Batman here.
Well, it seems like Scott, like I said, he's just he appreciates his fans. He loves his fans,
Mhm.
you know. And I think like when he gets an opportunity to go somewhere to meet more friends, and especially now with Absolute Batman just killing it. I mean, it's like he's taking it upon himself to keep. I mean, let's face it. I mean, he's helping keeping the brand going pretty good. So, you know,
Dude.
it's all Marvel struggles.
Have you seen fucking? Oh, I don't know. You haven't read.
Yeah,
Absolute
I haven't
Batman.
jumped into it. I know I suck.
No. Don't even worry about it, dude. Like,
I'm eventually gonna get in there, especially when they start like making like, hey, like here's a book.
They've already done that. You're
One.
right.
oh,
yeah.
dude, volume 1 and 2 are already out, but I will
Are
say
they? Shit.
the introduction of Scarecrow in the
Oh my
latest
God, that
I've
issue
been
was
seeing- I've been
that
seeing
was
some of this
amazing.
stuff, yeah.
fucking masterpiece. Oh my God! And I won't say who died, but
best issue.
fuck. And the way the issue ends, and how Slade Wilson is involved. Oh my God, dude! This book is the absolute fucking sauce. No pun intended. Absolute Superman is also amazing too. Like I am just in love with the Absolute Universe, dude. I was actually talking with another buddy, Chris Evans, and I told him, I was like, look, if going forward, if they make the Absolute Superman origin for Superman, the origin going forward, I would not fucking complain. Because I loved what Jason Aaron has done with Absolute Superman. That book is the fucking sauce right there. I can't
The
wait to
book's
dive into
depressing too. It's depressing in a way that should be uplifting because he gets to grow up with his parents.
Yes.
But you see the shit that they do on Krypton, you're like, fuck these people. You really need your planet to blow up.
I really love how they reframed Superman's origin to align with when he gets on to Earth. He then kind of becomes like a farmer in his own right because he lands on the Kent farm. But everything that happens after that is also just heartbreaking.
He's a bit of an asshole when he first lands because
I mean,
he's dated.
yeah,
for good reason. But,
You know, when he lands on Earth, he's not a kid. He's like a young man. He's like 17, 18, 19, somewhere in that ballpark. And then he spends 6 years after he lands on the Kent farm just roaming Earth and like doing good things and being a decent fucking person, all the while having to look over his shoulder for the Lazarus Corp, the Peacemakers, all this shit. And dude, Brainiac in that book is fucking wild.
it's nasty too. Just the
Yeah.
way another Cronenberg inspired.
Yeah.
I guess.
Have you seen? So have you gotten the chance to read 19, the introduction of King Shazam, Black Adam?
Yeah, I had it sent to me,
Okay, cool.
and I liked that. I liked what they did. I liked the way they gave you a complete from thousands of years ago all the way up till now. And these villains aren't just villains; these people are reasons to be assholes.
Yep.
So yeah, I enjoyed that.
I love it. Yeah. I love the Absolute Universe, dude. I can't wait to pick up volume 1 of Wonder Woman. I also picked up Batman Dark Patterns. I started reading that.
Oh,
Dude.
you are in for an amazing treat.
Really?
So Batman, it's an early days Batman story. It's like year 3, and he comes across someone that he actually cannot physically harm, because if he does, he will kill them, because they've got nails and rods and like all metal pieces all in main arteries and main points around the body.
pretty
It's
cool.
called the I forget what he's called, like the Pain Man or something like that. Yeah, dude, it's fucking wild, and the art is
Interesting.
spectacular.
Well, the interesting thing was
Colors are
the
very
team
cool.
on the book, what they wanted to do was have rotating artists on the book. And he was like, well, no. Like, we'll just, it was so good the first arc when they turned it in. It's like, you want to just do this, just continuing? And it's definitely in my mind one of the best new anthology series for Batman in a very long time.
More people got to pay attention to it though, because it's getting overshadowed by 2 other Batman books, and that tends to happen. But
Yeah.
even Scott Snyder was reposting it because its sales are decent. But I think with Absolute, and then you have the current run of Batman, which is doing well, and then everything else, I think it's like flying under the radar a little bit more than it should. It should be selling, out.
Yeah, Dan Waters and Hayden Sherman are just really killing it in that book. And you're right. It is, a third in line at that point. But man, if give it a shot. If you have never heard of it at that point, it is well worth it. It's got a good mix of Batman and noir, Batman going fantastical, Batman getting really just weird at times.
I like it when Batman gets weird.
Oh yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But
Clayface, or did you already?
Yeah, we already were started talking about Clayface and everything. So, well, what did you think about the trailer, William?
It was more of a horror movie. It reminded me of an 80s horror movie.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of a story that I don't think gets enough press. The one I reposted, Mud Pack.
Oh yeah.
Detective 604. That Clayface is the one in the trailers, and in sort of the one you saw in Creature Commandos. That's literally what was in Detective Comics 604 to 607, and that version of him is a more horrific and more scary. When you read that story, Batman is in it, but he's more like he's been dropped into a horror movie than a superhero versus villain story. And I think that there's a lot of people that I think that story hopefully will get a lot more light with this movie coming out. But it really reminded me of a mid 80s canon type of low budget horror, the kind of shit I ate up when I was a kid. So it appealed to me on a non-comic book level, which I think that's what's going to make it break even and do slightly better, is because it doesn't have to, you don't have to have a comic book encyclopedia to watch a horror movie. You can just watch a horror movie.
Yeah.
I've also heard some people say,
yeah.
sorry, Clayface, One Bad Day also kind of may have played a part in inspiration for this movie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, there's probably, obviously, like Flanagan, we were talking about this before you guys came on. It was like the fact that in 2021 he fucking tweeted out that he's always wanted to make a Clayface movie, and I remember seeing that back then and retweeting and going, hello. But obviously at that point, we still had the Hamadas and the fucking Emmerich and all. We had those dingleberries that were still in there. And it was just like, guys. That's why it's like, hey, I'm just so glad that, like, now that we had DC Studios and James Gunn was like, oh yeah, we're setting everything up, and we needed content. And then all of a sudden Mike Flanagan just hits me up and says this, and then gets a pitch, and it was like, oh shit, that sounds really freaking good. And I'm like, so glad that it got greenlit. I hate it when people are just like, who asked for this? I'm like, I don't know, me. Like, ever since I watched Feet of Clay, I was like, I want to see Clayface and something. Yeah,
it's still a risk. It's still a risk. It's still,
and
that question, who asked for it, is a legitimate question you must ask if you're in the business of making money and selling shit.
Yeah.
I appreciate the risk, though, that being said. Yes. But it is a huge risk to go with this. Yeah.
But if you keep that budget low, and if the reported budget, we're hearing that, $50-60 million, that means it doesn't have to make 600 or 7 or anything like that,
But that's 50-60 million that doesn't go into another project. So it's still a risk. But like I said, I'm not against the risk, but who asked for it is the number 1, 2, and 3 questions that a studio should ask when they're making these things, and they trust them. So there we go.
Well, I think it's just because the horror genre has just been killing it in this decade much.
That's a big part.
Yeah. So, it just seems like, when Evil Dead's making a comeback, when it came to Evil Dead Rise, and then now we got the 2 new ones, Burn and Wrath, coming. So much that Evil Dead Rise. It was funny because the remake of Evil Dead, which came out in 2014, it didn't make a splash Of course I saw it because I'm an Evil Dead fanatic when it comes.
That was gory. Yeah, I remember that movie. Jesus.
That's a good horror movie.
That shit made me like go, oh, good God. It was so fucking gory, so goddamn gory.
I felt that I was watching Evil Dead. I felt like I was watching a really good horror movie. But I watched the we actually, believe it or not, the first Evil Dead movie, I saw it in a public library.
Yeah.
Wow.
Played it in a public library, so I saw it back in like 83, 84. They played it in a public library, and
Dude.
we watched it. So ever since I've seen that movie, and even all the way up to Army of Darkness, that 2014 movie was a good horror movie, but I didn't feel like I was watching Evil Dead, and that's no fault of it. It's a
no. It did, yeah. And I had my reservations about it too because I love the original so much because Sam Raimi took it apart. I mean, the original cost $20,000 to make.
Yeah,
that much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look it up. It was like $20,000. He rounded up.
You want to talk about underground project? That is one of the definitions.
Oh yeah,
and that's like college buddies, weren't they? Weren't they college buddies? Or something?
Yeah, there was like something with that. And then I think most of the money went into the whole claymation at the end, where everybody just starts like turning into the fucking crazy little deadite, which hey, for the time, it looks cool. It definitely looks. But I remember I bought that movie. This was like early 2000s, and I had like I was just going to Best Buy and Circuit City and any place. Like I said, I was just like buying DVDs like crazy, and I was just like I remember hearing about the Evil Dead series because I remember my dad loved Army of Darkness. Mm-hmm. And then I remember hearing about like, well, that's supposed to be the third one out of this trilogy. And I was like, well, let me, I want a good horror movie. And then when I watched, I was like, oh, this is fucking awesome because, and then when you start reading up on, oh, wow, this was a very low budget movie. And just like how Sam Raimi, and he still does it to this day, where he places the camera and how he just does things. I mean, it's just, you watch that movie, you go, why did you even have to have that shot? Because, and I could hear Sam Raimi just going, why not? Why not have a camera angle that looks like that or doing like that? And then of course, just taking, figuring out how to achieve certain shots. Like there's a shot where you have Ash, he approaches the mirror and then he literally like puts his fingers up to it and then it's water. And I'm like, oh, wow, you like achieved that with your limited budget. Like, that's not easy to do, like, because you had to be crafty with it of like how you approach that. And I was like, it's just some really cool shit. So yeah, when it came to the remake, I was kind of like, all right, it's just the same concept, but very much just a gore fest like crazy. I mean, it was almost Quentin Tarantino Kill Bill-esque gore.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, the tree raping
everywhere.
A little bit different.
Dude. That opening with the daughter, and I was just like, what is happening with this movie? Like I saw that with my uncle and my sibling. And me and my uncle were just petrified. We're like, what are you watching? And my sibling was just like eating it up, and I was like, all right, cool. That's it.
So then of course I watched, Ash vs. Evil Dead, which was that series, which was great. And then I remember they were talking about basically like, hey, we're going to probably do like a multiverse thing and somehow it's going to all come together. But that didn't quite pan out because the Evil Dead remake didn't really do well. And then when Evil Dead Rise came out, it was like, it actually made money because, low budget. And I mean, that opening, the opening of Evil Dead Rise has one of the best fucking title cards. When you see like her like just rise up from the fucking lake and then you see the tree line and the fucking title just rises up from the tree line behind her. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's so free. It was just so freak. I always see it on my Twitter feed like every 6 weeks. Here it goes, one of the best freaking title cards you'll ever see. And it's like, it is. Like, I don't like how I'm like, Jesus Christ, talk about just a way to open up that movie. But, and then did you guys see the Evil Dead Burn teaser?
Mm-hmm.
Is that like, was a oneer or like a one shot?
Yeah,
like
it's a
thing
one
going
shot.
on?
It's a one
that
shot.
was cool.
And I'm like, fuck yeah.
I love that.
You haven't seen it, Phil?
I've never really been a big Evil Dead guy.
Okay. But I mean, this one, it's crazy because it just has this girl waking up in this house. And then there's like, and all of a sudden you see like she's leaned up against the wall, like, and she's like got some blood on her. And then all of a sudden, like a body just goes, poof, just hits the ground. And then there's like deadite people, and then she's trying to call Ray, and they're just like effing dude. And then you see like one of them just like floating, just like in the background. It's all just madness going on. It's like, and it's all a one shot for like almost a minute.
Yeah. And that's the teaser. It felt a little bit Resident Evil, or like I haven't really played the games, but like you're stuck in this place and the camera can only see what you're looking at. It's like it kind of felt that way, but I'm like, cool. But I love when people do shots like that, and when you use that for a teaser.
Oh yeah,
and it almost it's not the same thing, but similar with what they did with Clayface. Most of that fucking teaser is just staring at Matt Hagen effed up in the bed. Yeah, to a few slides of his life pre and post transformation went on. So I love that, and I think, like you said earlier on, like horror has been building up these past few years in a big bad way, and I'm happy for that genre. So I'm hopeful that this is a good another entry for the fans of Evil Dead, because I know there's a lot of them out there, and I enjoyed a couple of them, one up, but again, it's not my cup of tea.
There definitely is, but yeah, going to the Clayface trailer, like I said, they definitely understood what to show, what to tease, and having it cut back and forth to just like the camera, like just slowly going in on Matt Hagen in the hospital, all bandaged up, looking out the window. And yeah, like I said, it just kind of just shows the events of like limelight, and then you see he gets a scalpel to the face and injected. You see a little bit of clay and moving, and goddamn, I mean, just everything just looks so nice. You get a shot of Gotham, which is so funny too, because when I see people saying this should be in Matt Reeves' universe, I'm like, first off, you don't understand Matt Reeves. He would not go this fantastical with this character. And it's like, I'm like, what is Gotham? I was going back and forth with somebody when it came out. I was like, what is Gotham exactly supposed to look like? If it's supposed to look like Batman and Robin, Gotham, Vegas. like that looks like it's in a fucking crazy. You have statues that are the size of skyscrapers and all these bridges everywhere and a bunch of neon lights. I mean, it was just like when people start going like, hey, what the hell? Like, what is I like this. Thank you, real skeptic for $2 super chat. Yeah, if Sam Raimi doing Justice League Dark, I would totally welcome that. 100%. I'd
welcome it. Yeah, I prefer Guillermo del Toro's Justice League Dark.
Yeah, I know. Let's bring that back. I know. I wonder if James Gunn dusted off that fucking.
Yeah, man, please.
But at the same time, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like what? When you're trying to take like a serious approach to the material, especially, I know it's horror and it could be obviously non-serious, but at the same time, I'm like, you're taking like more of a serious approach. You're not going to make Gotham look just crazy, like gothic or crazy, this, that, and this. It's just going to look like Gotham. And I love it when they're like, oh yeah, they ripped off Snyder's Gotham, or they ripped off Reeves' Gotham. I'm like, what are we doing here? I mean, Gotham is Gotham. I mean, it's going to have a certain way to look, but it's not gonna, it just, what are you supposed to do now? Gotham cities, we've had so many live action, different versions of Gotham City. We've had Burton's, we've had Schumacher's, we had Nolan's, we've had the Gotham series, Gotham, and we've had Snyder's Gotham. And it's like, what are we supposed to, what is Gotham supposed to, and Reeves Gotham? So we've had so many different Gotham cities. Like, what is it supposed to look like?
We're about to get another one with Dynamic Duo too.
Yeah, Cape Crusader. Yeah. I would think
Cape Crusader.
I love what you were phrasing it, Dave. That I think what people's perspective should be with these different projects is tone and vibe, and how someone chooses to shoot it and what they want to bring out of it. And that's why when you look at Matt Reeves' Gotham, he wanted to go for the Fincher Zodiac 7 tone. And thing is that with Gotham is that you have to make sure that it is, I can't think of another better word, but a depressing place, but you should be able to make the distinction what it is being on the poverty level, and if you're lucky to be in the 1% level, because Bruce is the 1%. He has a penthouse. If they go for the castle house in the hill, you have to be able to differentiate. Okay, Matt Hagen, does he? As someone who was an up and rising star, was he living the high society or in the slums of Gotham? And I think you can mess around and play around with perspective of how you shoot it and present it in different universes, whether it be Elseworlds or main continuity wise. And again, I love what Creature Commandos did, where it was like they didn't even have to say the word Gotham or anything. You know, the opening shot is a gargoyle, and you just pan down. It's like, all right, I instantly know where I am. Automatically, I know where I am.
Yeah.
Well, whose version are we going with? I mean, because I got a version of Gotham in my head too. I got about 1,000 of them.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not trying to tell you a motion picture story in the context of a movie, and that's what. And the same thing with the Green Lantern thing. They're not making a comic book. They're making a show. They're making a movie. That's not the same thing. And there are different things that have to be addressed in order to make something that is consumable for people who go to see movies. And it's like, you're Gotham in your head. I'm glad you have it, but you're not the storyteller. They're not paying you millions to tell shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing is like that's why like anytime that anything a book gets adapted, and then people go, the book is better, and it's like, well, the reason why is because you created your own movie in your head of what it should be, and then you watch somebody else's creation, and it didn't line with yours. I mean, I'm not saying that sometimes book adaptations suck, but I think I think that's where everything falls apart. It's like when you've read the book, you've created that movie in your head, and then when you see somebody else's creation, it's just not the same. And you're like, book's better. It's like, yeah, naturally, because the book you can actually obviously flesh out the characters, flesh out the story, but at the same time, it's like, and that's the thing. Is like when it came to this Gotham City, and I had somebody in my mentions when the day the trailer dropped, he was just like, he would not stop of like being like, people are gonna get confused, and I took a line from you, William. I'm like, the general audience is not stupid. They're not stupid. They're not as stupid as you're making them think that you're stupid. Just because you think you're smart and you're like going, and then of course he like brings up like, here's 4 screenshots of like different accounts that said that, hey, am I wrong, or does this feel like almost like the Reeves verse or something like that?
I've seen that going around too.
I'm like, two of the, and I even looked up each account because I'm thorough sometimes, and I'm like, all right, 2 of the accounts, they said that, but they're not like running with it. They're still very much supporting the movie and all about this. One account was a YouTuber who actively tries to get engagement to their account. And then one of them is a big-time gun hater Snyder guy who thinks the Snyderverse is going to be restored when Paramount takes over and Things Gun is out. So I'm like, you have bad examples here. Like, I mean, I get it. You're seeing that. But I'm like going, in the general audience, I think, most people are going to, especially horror fans, are going to flock to this movie because they're going, wow, looks interesting. And then not even realizing, oh, this is a Batman villain? Wow, interesting. Maybe I should go to the comic book shop and pick up a book, and then they show up to Sci-Fi Center
or read in general. But it's more it's just more of an intake thing. It's like, and you see it all the time, and then you'll see people bring up comic book examples, and they'll bring up tons of comic examples and freeze a frame and dig it up and screenshot it, and I'm like, okay, that's the comic book. Yeah. We're not talking about the papers and staples. No. In this particular instance, we are just not. None of these things have been adapted to the point where people like to lie to themselves and say they have. Every one of these things, and more times than not, they work out. I made plenty of examples of the things that the MCU does that they've gone off the beaten path, and it works. I mean, Civil War wasn't like that. It was similar. Tony Stark had no part in Peter Parker's development, but that worked out for them, and so on and so on and so on. And they made the decisions to make their movie work. They're not writing a comic book, and I don't see how people don't understand the two mediums that are different.
And I think I forgot who said it, but someone said that like people have to realize that like sometimes you can't just do a 1-to-1 thing. There's some stuff that works specifically for comics, and there's some stuff that fits and works perfectly for TV and movie. And sometimes there are overlaps, but not always. And again, you can be inspired by, but and me being a Frank Miller fan, I don't expect every time we go to Gotham or we go handle one thing Batman to see specific Frank Miller or Neil Adams or this stuff. It's like, no. If anything, I give you the challenge, like show me a version of Gotham I haven't seen yet or felt yet. And if you do accomplish that, well, okay, cool. Then that means that the material still has new stuff to add on. Again, I haven't read Absolute Batman yet, but from what I've been hearing from y'all, is like, okay,
Okay,
Batman's lore after 80, 90 years build new muscle. And like to me, that's a good thing. That means that the character has some still juice in him to like grow and try new stuff. And like that's the point of movies and films. That's the point of like when there's different creators behind it, as you see a different tone. Like, where do you want to spend time at? In the slums or in the high society? Do you want to do the gargoyle stuff, or do you want to do the street level stuff? It's an open tapestry, and to just minimalize it to like just A, B, C, and that's it. It's like, well, then you don't appreciate the foundation that the universe can offer, especially to new audiences. Again, we all know this. We're people realize most of us are probably gonna go see these projects and movies opening day.
Yeah.
But who else is welcoming into the party? Who else can we still make a new Batman fan, or a Green Lantern fan, or a Supergirl fan, or a Superman fan?
I wish more Superman fans would apply that logic, because a lot of Superman fans just want a Metropolis Boy Scout. That's all they want. They cannot look past their own ideas. They cannot look past their own what's the word here? Tendencies. There you go. They cannot look past their own fucking box of, this is my Superman and he needs to be changed, otherwise I'm gonna fucking hate it, like I hate Zack Snyder. Yeah, no, I fucking hate Superman fans because they are literally incapable of applying any kind of what can you do differently with Superman, because they are just incapable of applying any kind of that logic. It's dumb, and they're dumb fans on the internet. Anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna bring out somebody else right now. We got Mr. Perez joining right now, and he is happy tonight because the last time he was on, he was fighting to get his channel back to partnership because the stupid AI stuff fucked that up, but now he is back.
We survived.
We are back. We are back. And largely it is because of you guys. Dave, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In one of the darkest moments of my life, dealing with this situation, you allowed me to come on your show, tell my story. And because of you, I was literally, my story was the #1 trending story on X.
You were pushing it like
Thursday
crazy,
at 4 a.m. And that was because of you guys. Now imagine this scenario. It's Thursday, 2 weeks of fighting, 3.5 years of building a YouTube channel, 60 million views, never a single infraction ever, never a flagged video. And after fighting for 2 weeks with all of you, I get a notification. Welcome back to the monetization program. But then, I'm celebrating with my wife. I'm literally crackers. My friend's dog is running around. So it's just good times. Okay. It is just good times. And then I get a notification. Oops, it was a mistake. And I get an AI generated response saying, you are inauthentic content. You are AI and you are not welcome back in the
He gets a message that hey, you're back. And then they go, oops, we made a mistake. No, you're still not back.
Yes.
Crazy.
So now you're demonetized again?
Say that again?
He is now.
Okay.
Yes. And after the story went #1 on X, after all the support with you guys, I am back in the monetization program, and that is largely because of you. And I am announcing on this show, as part 1 of the Giving Back Tour, I am offering indefinitely free YouTube coaching to anyone who wants to capitalize on this opportunity. It is my way of giving back to the community. It could be written, it could be on the phone, it could be a Zoom call. Message me on X. We will work out the details. That is #1. #2, I'm happy to announce on this show for the first time, I'm going to capitalize here because we are moving forward with a short movie series called Twin Earths. And no, there will not be AI. This is a real animated project, and I'm excited to share it with all of you guys. So let's have the good times coming. Dave, you are an incredible. I want everyone in the audience to know, in one of my darkest moments of my life, Dave not only helped elevate the story using his audience, he allowed me to not only come on the show, but he literally allowed me to have the floor to explain my story and to allow you guys to jump in. So thank you. I am so blessed. God is good. And I want to give back to the community. If you are going through this situation, message me. Let's figure it out. Let's strategize, because we are in the war against Skynet right now, against AI moderation. And I'm going to take the mantle as John Connor. We can win. Let's do it. Feel free to contact me. Let's make it happen, guys. Thank you.
I mean, it was a very interesting situation, and I mean, kudos to you, because you are pushing like crazy when it came to it, and then you weren't the only one. There were so many other people that were also getting flat, and I was like worried. Every time I wake up, I'm like, am I gonna wake up for this too? I mean, that's the thing. I was like, I mean, that happened to me 2 years ago, or I think it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, it was 2 years ago where. I'm at the grocery store and I get a message saying like, yeah, your channel has been banned. It's been taken out. I get a message, an email as I'm at the grocery store thinking it's fake. And then all of a sudden I look at it again. I'm like, this is not fake. And I'm almost having a panic attack in the grocery store. And you're like, what the fuck? And that was just something that was also another mishap that YouTube had. That only took 5 days to get back. This was like you were going on this for like
Dave,
2 weeks.
you remember when we met with the Comic-Con appearances where I was using the 4K cameras and people were accusing me of being AI, and it was fun and games then, right? And then we fast forward to now, and it just becomes a crisis, then a scandal, and it was just completely unbelievable.
It was crazy because there was like big channels. There was big channels that were also getting demonetized because of it, and then naturally those channels get they get turned around first, because when humans started looking at it, they were like, all right, well, let's look at the big channels, and and then they get down to like the lower channels. I'm not saying like your channel's like super small, but I'm like, but I remember seeing like some like ones that would have like hundreds of thousands were like of subscribers.
Dude, some were exceeded 1 million. Some exceeded 1 million.
It was like it's insane when like, and then hopefully this is a lesson learned from YouTube where it doesn't happen, just like what happened with me 2 years ago. It's like hopefully that doesn't happen. It seems like YouTube can go through like these things. I mean, there's been other things that happened prior where people were getting, they were getting demonetized for certain things, and it was just, I don't know. YouTube has just always had like a rocky thing. Every couple of years, YouTube kind of goes through this weird thing, and now that they have adopted the AI thing, and it's like, and it's so funny because AI is trying to recognize AI, and then they get it wrong. I mean, where's the intelligence in the fucking AI right there? What's going on here?
Well, I'm happy to say, first off, thank you, Team YouTube, for considering this and making it happen. And number two, I'm happy to announce that YouTube and I have a phone call next week where I am going to have a conversation with YouTube. If anyone has any thoughts about how we can craft this message, feel free to contact me. This is one of the first times a creator had direct access to YouTube based on this scenario. And it's because of you guys. It's the only reason this is happening. And let's speak up for fellow humans, for fellow creators. And let's make sure. And I'm proposing that we allow YouTubers to volunteer to help review cases. And number two, to allow a situation like where Meta has a premium program where you basically pay to play. You pay to speak with human moderation. And I'm okay with that because communities will support each other. God forbid you need to speak to a human and you can't afford it. So that's going to be some of the things I propose. But feel free. Let's have an open dialogue. Let's contact me because this is a rare opportunity and I'm not going to blow it.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And I'm glad you're doing it. I know you're very thorough just because, like I said, every day you were doing a good job. You were responding to, I mean, you really got like big YouTubers to support you too.
Yellow Flash, Josh from Den of Nerds, Grums, Unreal Gaming. So many
people.
Creators were just unbelievably generous. Yellow Flash was so generous with me. My God.
And what's crazy about it too is like, you know, it could be people that you disagree with. It could be channels that, you know, you don't align with certain things.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to something like this, everybody seems to align and be like, this is fucked up.
Yeah.
No, this can't happen. Even if you don't like the person, or maybe you don't even like what some of their content or whatever the hell, and maybe the message, but it's like, but everybody wants to have like the ability to still put their message out there to their fans or to their, you know, whatever. And I just love that. I love that, where it's like, okay, yeah, even if we disagree, we all agree that nobody should be put in this position where we can't, you know, we can't make a living off of this, or even if it goes even further where channels get taken down or something like that, you know, unless you're putting out really disgusting stuff, but you obviously weren't, and other people weren't either, but yeah.
It's just the most unbelievable experience, and all of this only happened because of you guys. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for making this.
Community is key.
All of you reshared my story, made it heard. This was one of the toughest experiences. I'm a different person as a result of this scenario, literally. And I am a human creator advocate. So anything you guys need, you have my audience, you have access to me, my open book, open transparency. You want to see my stats, I'll give it to you. You want to see a number, I'll give it to you. You want to know a strategy, I'll give it to you. So anything you guys want, anything you need, I am here. I'm a creator advocate, and I'm going to continue to be so.
And and Perez and I have, you know, ever since we've started talking, he's given me some certain strategies too that have actually worked when it comes to getting out there. So yeah, he's done his homework. So anybody out there, you know, and any of you guys too, like I said, hit him up. But yeah, we're glad for that, man. And
it's really good news.
Yeah, really good.
God is good, and God taught me a lesson here, and I made promises to God saying, I am going to give back in spirit everything that I was given, and there was tens of thousands of people. I mean, at one point, this made me emotional. It was a crazy experience, and things just turned around, and you know, through God's grace, you know, and the goodness of people. Many people say that people are bad, but no, let me tell you, many people literally said, I hate your beliefs, I hate your content, but you have a right to say it. And people literally came out in the tens of thousands every single day. There is goodness out there. And the bad and evil are loud. And it's easy to say that it's everywhere. But let me tell you, there is good in mass numbers. So let's preserve that. Let's push it. And when something good happens to you, give it back double.
Pay it forward, man. Come on.
Pay it forward.
That's what's good. No, but congratulations on that, man. I'm so glad, because I was just like, Jesus Christ, why is this taking so freaking long? I was like going, is this ever gonna get fixed? And I saw other people getting their stuff fixed. I'm like, all right, come on now. And yeah, I would see even in today's news, I would see your name like as part of like this whole thing. And yeah, and I was
the
like,
number one trending story, David Perez demonetized despite being human. It was the most craziest thing I've ever seen in my life, and it's because of you, literally because of you guys. So thank you. And Dave played a huge role. And it's important when you guys watch a creator, it's good to know that they are a good person, that they don't have, you know, malicious intent. Dave is behind the scenes, he pushed. In public, he pushed in every sector he could, and many of the people that are joining us here did as well. Thank you, guys. I see you. I heard you. Thank you.
No, we're happy for you, man. So always good. So besides that, what did you think about the Clayface trailer?
Finally, we have we don't know what to expect. I love this. We are finally eating good. A beautiful Halloween horror movie, and the acting looks good. They're not hiding from Gotham. This would have been very easy to say, let's have this take place in Hollywood since he's an actor. We don't have to portray Gotham City. No, they have the cojones to say, let's depict Gotham. Let's put Clayface and let's make it a horror movie, and we're not going to add some jokes to make it lighter. They're going all in. Hell yeah.
I know there's that people couldn't say this looked like Guardians of the Galaxy with this one.
No, they can't. The poster is beautiful.
Oh yeah, that poster when they first showed it, I was like, everybody was like, "Holy shit!" I mean, it was funny too because I posted the poster on YouTube, and that thing it took off like right after, like when I posted on the post on YouTube. And I was like looking at, and I was looking at the comments, and I was seeing people like, "Holy shit!" I mean, yeah, like I said, the horror genre is just flourishing. So that's why it's like, this. And when I made my video, I recorded my video on Wednesday. I posted it today, and I even said, I was like, there's a different response to this because it's not somebody in a cape and tights. It's not a superhero movie. This is a comic book movie, but it's not that. And for all the people who are like going, "Hey, what the hell? We're getting this before Batman." I'm like, I've been saying this ever since it was announced. I'm like, smart, because we've had so many Batman movies. Why not? And Joker worked. Yeah, Joker, the sequel didn't work. But for the most part, it's like this is something that nobody's familiar with. If you just go, hey, here's a movie that's body horror and kind of interesting. But it's not like they were trying to sell it as this is a Batman villain. They didn't have like text that said from the Batman universe or something like that. They weren't trying to do that. They were just like, here's the movie, here's a horror movie, and here's a minute teaser. Honestly, I hope like when it comes to the full teaser, full trailer, they don't go too hard with a lot of things too. Yeah, mention that you see Gotham City, and you hope that people make the connection. Like, wait a minute, Gotham City, what the fuck? So, but that will get people talking. Don't put it in their face that this is a Batman villain.
That's the worst thing you could do.
Yes. If you start like slamming like this is a Batman villain, it's a Batman villain, that's gonna probably be like, but if you
it's not just gonna be that, Dave. It's gonna be like, where's Batman? Well, this movie stinks. It has no Batman in it. Like,
true, I didn't think about that. That's a great point.
Again, people want to see Batman. I'm not saying like nobody wants to see Batman, but there's a level of expectation. If you put it too much out there, they're going to be like, well, yeah, this movie was okay, but I kept on hearing about Batman, never saw Batman. They got to be really careful about that because that marketing could really backfire on them.
Yeah, especially if they, they start going, oh, yeah, we're getting close to release. Start mentioning that. We know that, Warner Brothers has done that. Look at what happened to BVS. Like that final trailer of BVS. They're like, just show the Trinity together and show Darkseid. It's like, why did you do that?
Doomsday.
Don't do that. You fucked that up. Why?
Doomsday. Not Darkseid.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's why I love Spielberg saying that he hasn't shown anything of Disclosure Day's third act. I'm like, good.
Well,
Please
I
keep
didn't
it
know
that
he
way.
said that. That's awesome.
Oh, he's the goat. Yeah, he said like the pretty much like there's been basically there probably has been like a second or two maybe that is of the third act that's been shown in all the marketing of Disclosure Day, and I'm like, thank you. So everything you've been seeing in the footage or trailers has been first and second act, nothing in the third act, essentially. Maybe like a shot or two or something like that, but I'm like, good. That's the way you're supposed to. That's the way. I mean, again, like especially Warner Brothers had a movie like Weapons, and seeing how and I can't stop talking about just how much that the marketing of that hooked people to go see that movie. If you keep that kind of mindset with Clayface, don't go too crazy. Don't start mentioning it's a Batman villain and start throwing like a bat logo or a bat signal in there, and where you're like, we gotta get people in here. It's Batman. It's like, no, don't do that. Just let it organically get people to get into the butts in the seats during Halloween season. And it's going to happen. And it's this teaser, when I was talking about it with Scott on DC Fanimated, he was like, Jesus Christ. And obviously me and him are big fans of Feet of Clay, the episode, the 2-part episode on Batman the Animated Series that this is based off of. We were like, yes, they understood the assignment. Keep it this tone, keep it this way. So. But
I'm pumped, man. It's like
I didn't. What's funny is like that last shot. Do you realize like when he's in the bathtub, there's no water in there? It's clay. It's him.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that at first when I first reacted to it, and then I watched it a couple more times, and then I saw somebody point that out on Twitter. I was like, oh yeah, the water is like brown, so it's like him. It's like him in the bathtub.
Wow.
I think that like what they're kind of getting at is like it's not water, or maybe there's some water, but it's mainly him in
The
there.
clay. Yeah.
Poor dude. Poor guy. We're gonna be rooting for him against Batman, aren't we?
Well, maybe until maybe like until he has to fight Batman, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's gonna be it's just like it's just interesting. Yeah. So I don't know. I think Watkins understood the assignment, and I'm just glad that again we have 3 projects that are not
distinct.
That are not very James Gunn, and then of course we have the Lanterns thing, which of course everybody's commenting on that tagline. So I guess we could dive into that now after But how are we feeling about the Lanterns poster and tagline? Let's kind of go down the row here. Let's start with you, Chris. How are you feeling about the tagline and the poster with the big ring and them in the middle of it?
I mean, I like the poster. Once I saw the line, I said, "Oh, here we go again."
Yes.
It wasn't like again. You all know me. I'm not gonna. I don't go off the handle for that. I don't even engage with this kind of stuff. I just kind of roll my eyes and just like, all right, let's see how Twitter and all the socials lose their minds over it and say, "It's not my Green Lantern." They misunderstand it. It's like, okay. Was it the best choice to do out there to promote it with the fans out there? No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, if they just didn't have the tagline, or they could have just done simple. Go do the old thing. In brightest day and darkest night, in blackest night. Like, just leave it like that. That's all you had to do.
That's kind of what I think too. Like, you could have just taken a snippet from the Oath, and then they just could have done that. And I was like, yeah, that would have just probably been the best approach. But
I would say you don't even need the silhouettes there. Just the ring. Just the ring, the quote, there. That's it. Simple.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I'm not even saying like the silhouette's there. I'm just saying like, how do we make this like just tell it exactly what it is? Keep it simple. That's all you need right now. You don't need to complicate it.
Nah, yeah, but at the same time,
the ring looks cool though. I like the ring.
The ring looks really good, but at the same time, it was just like It's so funny because then I'm like going, well, almost like, I don't know, was it purposely that they wanted to do that to get people just totally talking about it? Because there are so many people talking about it negatively, sure, but it's
it's press.
It's still press. It's still press. Taladio, what did you think about the poster, trailer, little snippet thing?
Well, I like the fact that it was promoted. Obviously, the tagline I didn't like. If they used the brightest day, brightest night, that would have made more sense. Like you said, Dave. I also would have liked to have seen the background color a little bit more brighter green instead of it dark.
I had green, but I was like, it's dull. People are gonna be like, no, not green enough.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, but still, I'm excited for the show, and I'm still giving it a chance because, they could surprise me with the show. So. Yeah,
that's good. All right. What about you, Ronan?
I like the wallpaper. I love that poster. I'm like, I should use that for a thumbnail or something later down the line. The tagline. I was like,
make it original, cool. Don't make it repetitive.
No. The tagline, I have no issue with it. I'm like, okay, cool. That's a choice. But also, all I kept saying to myself, and again, I'm not even too worried about it because the show doesn't even come out yet soon, but like I was just please don't kill off Hal Jordan. Like retire him, make him walk off to the sunset with Sapphire,
with Carol.
Make him off sunset. Like just make him off like you don't have to kill him off just to be dramatic and like surprising, like because I'm reading that from a mile away, and that's an easy trap you're gonna fall into that would just light the fuse for the fans and whatnot. And like again, people be like, oh, we'll be only one word the wing. I'm like, usually sometimes when a story is focused on a lantern, it's one, you're following one character. Now sometimes they want to go wild and they'll bring in a whole group together. That happens. That's not a new concept. I don't think I don't think they're gonna, put Kyle Chandler on Riggs for the next 10 years and whatnot. It's like, no, eventually John's gonna be the main head honcho, but he's got to get his feet wet. He's in a training mode. So I'm hopeful about it. And again, we're getting a Lanterns project after so many goddamn years of development and this and announcements and this. It's like, okay, cool. Something's gonna happen. Whether we like it or not, who knows? We'll come, we'll see when the show comes out. But I'm hopeful.
William?
Thank God that they did not use that oath. Listen, that would have been a cheesy disaster.
Really? Okay.
Aimed at 3%ers like me. Make your money off the 3%. Ask me where the other 97% is coming from. The tagline was fine. Tagline was fine within the context of the story that they were telling you, and judging from the trailers that they only one can. And I saw so many people, 36. I'm like, are you serious? They were talking about within the context of the relationship between Jon Stewart and Hal.
They're talking about this particular ring.
Yeah, this particular ring and this story that we're talking between these people. And all the stuff that I've heard people say, well, it could have been this, it could have been that. You could have added more glitter green, maybe some pom-poms, all that shit. Listen, there's a place.
Bedazzle it.
Yeah.
There's a place you can go for all that. Comic book store. And if you go to the G section and pick up Green Lantern, they're right there. That's not what they're doing here, though. And if you saw the tone that they exhibited when they first showed you the first trailer, we're not doing the whole Ryan Reynolds thing. By the way, I love Ryan Reynolds, and I love Mark Strong. I love some of the elements of that movie. But I would rather dine on my own vomit than watch that movie again. So present me a story that you're going to put on HBO Max. And that's what they're doing here. And that all this other stuff does not apply to that. They're adapting it to the point where they're bridging it to the type of story that you were going to see Sunday night on HBO. And I have no problem with it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah. So Phil, what do you think?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm well past the whole it needs to be like a comic book. I'm way past that bullshit, because that's just, entitlement, reeking of just entitlement. I thought it was fine. I'm with William a lot in regards to the lantern stuff. He's been saying, get me to lanterns. I'm kind of the same way. I think, this is probably going to be one of the best things DC Studios puts out. And there's a reason why. It's because you got a really great talented team behind it. I have no problem with the poster. I don't really have an issue with much of anything. I'm just waiting patiently for August to roll around so I can watch the show. So yeah, I'm game for it. Looks good. No complaints here.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, yeah, it was just always just one of those things. Like when I saw people and I was like, ooh, we got this, we got some stuff. Sweet. That looks cool. And then I saw the tagline and went, fuck. I was like, that's going to be a problem. But at the same time, I was like, all right, let's, I'm like, but then I was like, okay, maybe it won't be. And then it was. And then, yeah, it was just like, I'm like, when I saw people willfully just going like, oh yeah, there's a whole core, there's like other people, Guy Guard. I'm like, guys, you guys you're capable human beings to think like the ring is the biggest thing of the fucking poster, and they're in it. It's like you realize that they're talking about this specific ring. Like only one of them are going to be wearing this ring, and we also saw that in the trailer where Hal puts it on the badge and then barrel rolls out of it. It was just kind of like when you're like, yeah, you think you're worthy enough to wear the ring, and then he does that, and it's like, anyways, Perez, what do you think? What are you thinking of the trailer?
Two things can exist at once. I think it's going to be epic. I think it's going to be awesome. But I come from a marketing background, so my question is, who does that tagline excite? Does it excite the normies? No. Has it excited the base? No. So my opinion is that it did, as a marketing piece, it did not work. That doesn't mean it's not going to be awesome. That doesn't mean it's not. I thought the teaser was fun. Phil was saying, the people behind it are truly talented. They've done some incredible work. And I thought the actual poster design was pretty awesome. I thought it was good to keep reminding people about the show. but I didn't think the tagline worked. So that's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like what, but at the same time, I'm going, yeah, man, it's still, it made it spread even more because people were like, what the hell? And then I'm like going, all right, well, maybe you guys are going to tune in to try to figure out exactly what happens. Does this mean that Hal Jordan does die? Does this mean that like there is like Jon Stewart gets his own ring? Does he get Hal's ring? You know, that actually, that's the way I looked at it. It actually made me, because I knew what they were going for, kind of, where I was like, yeah, I'm like going, all right, does this mean that John's going to get the ring? And because we know he's going to be a man in tomorrow, we already have that verified, like confirmed. We know that Kyle Chandler's not going to be in that, but it's like, but so what happens to Hal? Is he just gonna, you know? And that's what's intriguing me more. That's what intrigued me about the tagline. But at the same time, I knew it was gonna cause a whole thing. And then when I was seeing it, I was like, Jesus Christ, you guys are not even. I mean, but it's mainly from the people who are already casting this series out. Like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. It was just kind of funny because I'm going, did you just think now that James Gunn, Tom King, Damon Lindelof, do you just think that they just, oh shit, we totally forgot that there's other rings out there. Oops. You know? Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's right. Guy Gardner was in Superman. Shit, there is other rings. And I'm like, did you guys just think they just brain farted? And they, you know, I'm like, no, that's not what they're going. They're talking about this particular ring right here. That's why it's the biggest thing on the poster. But you know, yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I think there's going to be a lot. I think a lot of people are going to be tuning into this series.
My friend Comics Cuts was saying that maybe Alan Scott is who they were going after, and maybe there can only be one is from the villain's perspective and thinks there's too many Green Lanterns. So you're right. You know, maybe if Hal Jordan survives this, that's a really interesting way of saying, does he survive? Is there only going to be one? You know, so that's an interesting way of looking at it.
I think he's toast. I think Jordan's toast one way or another. I think he leaves the series. I think this series takes place before Superman. I think a Guy Gardner comes along later because something happens to where there cannot be, just like in the comic book, where there cannot be just one 2814 sector Green Lantern. There's going to be something.
I don't know, because there was an image that was going around that was supposedly from the Lantern set, but again, who knows?
Well, Guy Gardner will probably come in at the end, and that's who Jon Stewart has to train, and that's going to be a funny pain in the ass.
There was like a cardboard cutout, like a standee of Guy Gardner in his like Max Lord costume, and I was like, oh, so I don't know. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting because, you know, I know like when it came to CLAYFACE is obviously out of order. It's even James Gunn said, no, yeah, this is before Superman. But I'm like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting because we know that, because even Nathan Fillion has said that he's in the series. Like Guy Gardner is in the series. He shows up. But then I heard a report too. I read a report, I should say, that he doesn't interact with Hal, that would suck if he doesn't interact with Hal, because I want
Hal's probably gone at that point.
Yeah, maybe you could be right. Maybe it's at the end. You could.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna. I think you're gonna see Guy Gardner come along at the end, because remember, it was, if you want to be canon, it wasn't Guy Gardner wasn't John or Hal Jordan's replacement. He was Jon Stewart when Jon Stewart got in. So I really don't think you're going to see Nathan Fillion a lot in this. I'm just guessing, but I do think this takes place.
I hope not.
I have a question for William. William, why in the comics was it, if you know the answer, you were mentioning before that something happened in the comics that made it so there needed to be more than one Green Lantern in that sector. What was it that resulted in that?
It was several things. They started in the 70s when they first brought Jon Stewart in, but they already had Hal Jordan, but I can't remember the specific storyline. But they've retconned it and re-explained it over and over again. And it's basically, a lot of it has to do with certain omnipotent type figures using Earth as a platform. Like, say, for instance, Darkseid. Darkseid is determined, and especially in the current times, determined that the modern day Earth, our Earth, canon Earth, is where the anti-life equation must be claimed. So the core is going to be having been following that, and as he gets closer, they're going to need more of an army. But there's been several different explanations of where something has happened to where one Green Lantern, and sometimes they've had 3 or 4 at any given time, because Earth is the nexus of all the crazy shit that happens with all these world beaters and villains and stuff. But Darkseid would be the primary example where somebody like that is going to consistently target Earth. And in the sector 2814 is not just Earth. There's other planets as well in that sector. So that's the only reason I can really think. I have to go back and look at the specific reason. But if you notice that there's been at times with Green Lantern Corps where all 3 of them, John Stewart, Hal Jordan, and Guy Gardner, have all been on Earth.
That was beautiful. I knew you would know the answer.
Yeah. Probably not as detailed as you probably want, but that
was more detailed than I expected. So trust me, that was awesome.
There was also, like, at one point in time, if I'm not mistaken, the main Lantern planet Oa was decimated or something like that, and there was only 1 power battery and 1 ring, and I don't remember if it belonged to Guy or John. It might have been John.
It was Kyle. It was
Kyle.
Kyle
Rayner. That's right. That's who it
That
was.
was in Green Lantern number 48 when Hal Jordan destroyed it.
Yeah,
Hal Jordan destroyed it
when
he assumed it. Yeah, and then he went back to try to siphon the energy from Oa, and that's where Kyle Rayner destroyed it.
Wow.
He destroyed Oa so that he got that Hal Jordan couldn't consume all the power eventually. Right. And he eventually did it anyway. But yeah, the ring is not necessarily a direct connection. It's they did it. Ganthet explained it so that because Kyle only had the 1 ring and he did not need the main power battery, and he didn't need Oa and he didn't need to recharge his ring for every 24 hours. And yellow did not affect it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's Emerald Twilight, by the way. Go get that.
Yep.
It's really good. It saved Green Lantern.
There's a lot of cosmic history going on with Green Lantern. I don't know how much they're going to touch on it with the show.
I mean, I'm sure they're going to touch on some, and that's the thing is like the discourse about this series is like we saw a 2-minute trailer, trailer out of like a 7-episode series that's essentially 7 hours long. So it's like,
Chip.
Huh?
Which confirmed Chip the squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, he said, I know that's the thing too. I'm like, when I was talking about this, I'm like, hey guys, like, I mean, we know that there's other rings. Like, come on, just like, I know it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to dogpile. It's fun to dogpile on this, on stuff. But let's be smart about it. I mean, there's just it's gotten to the point where people are just want to just be willfully,
ignorant.
Dumb about like certain things. Like, I mean, when the CLAYFACE trailer came out, there was somebody that I follow who likes to shit on it, a lot of things, and he was just like, no Batman, no Gotham City, and I wrote him back. I'm like, it takes place in Gotham City, dude. Like it's like verified.
He's right there.
And then he deleted his tweet. I was like, yeah, dude, just like, come on, like I get it's the whole shtick is like, hey, we got to just shit on everything, but be smart about it. At least have a smart critique. Right. But when you don't know like the information, and then when I saw just so many people going like, "What the hell? What is the Green Lantern Corps then? If there's only 1 ring?" Like, I'm like, they're not talking about 1 ring. They're talking about this ring. Like you, and I think you actually know that that's the case, but you want to just add to the dog piling. So you're gonna, and I'm like, come on, what the fuck? Come on.
And they break the cardinal rule every time, and they've been breaking it since 2013. Never tell another fan that they don't what they know or what they don't know.
Yeah.
There are going to be varying degrees of people, and I don't know. There's just customers that come in this fucking store that can school me on something, and that's why I open the doors. That's the whole point of having this conversation. But when I saw people like, how come they can't hand this over to people who love Green Lantern or people who know about Green Lantern? I think Tom King knows how to write a comic book story. I know Damon Lindelof has got trophies on his mantle for writing a comic book story and engaging one.
Green Lantern's also his favorite comic book character.
Yes.
Yeah. And I just hate that because nobody on this, be honest with you, there's going to be something that somebody on this screen is going to know about a comic book more than I do. Nobody can read everything. Exactly. And just because you don't, it's not what you're used to, doesn't mean that they don't know the story that they're telling. But I don't want to impress my story onto your thing. They paid you to do it, so you're doing it, and it's really kind of crazy.
9 times out of 10, if I don't know something, I'm either going to ask William or Chris because they probably would know it. And if they don't know it, the internet's right there.
Yeah, you got YouTube. YouTube is there. We didn't have YouTube when I was a kid to be able. You just had to go down and read the shit or buy the shit.
Yeah.
Now you can cheat if you want to.
Now you have AI that could just bring up a whole bunch of shit too, like a whole everything. And it's just funny. This just goes back to this series has just been plagued from the beginning when it comes to all this. It's not even just like this tagline. There's not enough. There was no green. There's no green aura when Hal leaps up into the air. And it's just like people just being willfully ignorant, I guess you could say, just to shit on it. It's weird. And it's like this series is not even out yet. And I saw you, William, even on Twitter, defending, what? We haven't even seen this series yet. Why are you automatically just canceling this thing out? Where it's we saw the costume.
Yes.
Costume was the big thing where people were like, "Oh my god, this is what we're getting." And it's like, okay, we just saw it hanging up. Can we actually see it on them and see it in action first?
The context of the
That's
story,
actually something that I've thought about too, because I've even said it here. The one thing that I do not want to see from Man of Tomorrow set picks is Aaron Pierre in a Green Lantern suit. I need to see that in some marketing or the show before I see that in a shitty fucking set photo.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be pretty careful with that. In my opinion, I think they wouldn't be that stupid to be okay, we have lanterns that's coming out in August. Let's make sure we don't. If they show Aaron Pierre, just have him in normal clothes.
I hope so.
On set and they don't have, and I think if they do, because I think even Gunn was good on this when it came to, even when it came to Superman, and even, we didn't get much with Supergirl, which was a closed set. We got some, drone shots that were almost that showed Lobo and everything like that. But I think they would be smart enough to be all right, if we're gonna have this, we better show lanterns, or if we're gonna do if this is gonna leak out, or if this is gonna be this, we'll have a full-on shot of Aaron Pierre in his Green Lantern costume, or something. I don't think they'll be that dumb to do that.
Well, you may see him on a set pick, but he will be wearing those crazy dot things, because I think his uniform is going to be energy constructed. And I think so. When you're seeing the filming, I'm guessing.
And see, my whole thing was, I think when it comes to their costume, it's gonna be practical and CGI. I think there's gonna be both. There's no way they're not gonna do full CGI, full motion capture, but I think there's gonna be partially. They're gonna have some of those mocap dots or sensors on them, and I think it's gonna be a little bit of both. I think that's the way to go, is to have an actual physical suit. Not just pajamas, mocap pajamas, and then have, obviously, if they're, I hope maybe they'll have the 3D logo, maybe they won't, or it'll be lit up. I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to it. So I think it's going to be a mixture of both, to be honest. And,
I hope
we got Skeptic. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Will Clayface Man of Tomorrow or Batman Part 2 be at San Diego Comic-Con?
I doubt it.
It's not out of the realm.
I would think that. I don't think DC Studios is going to be there, right?
If they do, it's probably going to be for lanterns.
Yeah,
maybe for lanterns. Yeah. Maybe for Clayface. Maybe.
Maybe
Clayface would be the one. Are they going to do anything for Supergirl? Or is that after?
After.
After.
Well, Supergirl comes out before Comic-Con.
Yes. Supergirl is going to be at CCXP this week.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Dave, are you going?
They already have Supergirl locked in for CCXP. I already saw the display and everything. So, it would be pretty cool
to be there.
It'd be pretty cool to have Kyle Chandler and Aaron Pierre showing up there, but I don't know. I don't know
about Aaron Pierre. He's going to be.
Yeah, he might be shooting Man of Tomorrow.
Depending
on Batman Part 2, I don't see anything with that. It's just that's going to start shooting
June.
end of May, June,
somewhere in there.
Well, FF hadn't shot anything, and they showed up. They showed up with
and that was probably my favorite part of the panel.
But that's Marvel Studios and Disney. They could afford to fly the whole fucking cast from London to San Diego overnight and then back.
Sure.
Is that wrong?
They need to be there.
I would.
Yeah, I would like to. Like, it'd be nice because, like, I think years past, it was Peacemaker and the Penguin had a panel at Hall H. I was like, all right, cool. There's two different, Elseworlds and the main continuity. So I'm hopeful of it. It would be a great marketing push, I think, because the show comes out a month later. So like, all right,
I
folks.
think they'll have something there. Maybe it's not going to be Hall H, but maybe they'll have something. Didn't they have a Peacemaker?
Booth usually has something.
They had a Peacemaker thing that was.
I had the Peace Fest.
Yeah, they had like a Peacemaker panel, but it wasn't Hall H, obviously. But
no, they had.
Not Hall H. You want me to do? You want to do a little Green Lantern bar? What? I don't. You need to.
Yeah, there needs to be something Green Lantern there, and I think they should do something. And Clayface will be there too. I think both Lanterns and Clayface should have an appearance at Comic-Con in some form, and it would be really cool if I mean. We're assuming that Aaron Pierre is not going to. He's not going to be throughout the whole movie. I mean, I'm sure he's going to have multiple scenes, but at the same time, it's like, I think they can get him in there, and it would be kind of cool to have him and Kyle Chandler and the other cast members to be like, hey, here's the show. Have Damon Lindelof there. James Gunn doesn't have to be there.
Are you going?
I'm not going.
No, but us three in the middle are.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we're gonna get some insider information.
Keep out on that damn lawn again, boy.
Nice.
Hopefully this time the bed doesn't break and try to kill me. It's like,
I'm not.
I told Phil that I might contemplate camping on that this year. I've only done it a couple times before I did start doing press, but like it's a pilgrimage. It's worth doing.
It was fun. I just don't recommend doing it on 30 straight hours without no sleep. That was
and that's why
that wasn't all H. That was just because the hotel tried to kill me.
There are a lot of ours that are going, and I'm going to make it a point to just kind of hang out with them and do panels and things like that. I'm not trying to go to Hall H. I've done the thing. I went. I saw Robert Downey Jr. pull off the Doom mask. Like, I was great.
I don't think that one's going to be matched, to be honest with you.
I don't either. And even then, like whatever they decide to do for Doomsday and Secret Wars this year, because Marvel's allegedly going through for Hall H. I don't know how true that is because it came from the rap, but still, like, it's just.
Was it Umberto? Was it Umberto?
Might have been that slime ball. I told you guys I saw him in the green room. That dude looks ugly in person.
Scoopy pants. Oh yeah, he looks like Clayface.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking slime ball in person. I can't confirm that. But
Bill, I can't believe you saw the Doom.
Oh yeah, he was there.
I was there.
Yeah, it was great.
I had
Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, Captain America. It was awesome.
That was wild, dude. That was wild.
It was a fantastic car.
Dude, that footage.
They kicked it off with like a whole dance number from Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
Great, dude.
I thought that was the Red Bull and the energy drink and the stuff kicking in because I didn't really feel like that was real to me. It was.
It was pretty surreal. I mean, seeing Robert Downey Jr. just yank that mask off, it was a fucking crowd pleasing.
My ears are still ringing from that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Also, that was the panel we first heard. When Harrison Ford, the clip from Brave New World, where he says like adamantium. People were like, "Oh, it's happening!" It's like, all right, we're getting one step closer to the X-Men, to the mutant side of the MCU. But yeah, man, like to me, the be all and all. If they're not gonna have a big panels there for DC Studios, it'd be nice if they have like fly in the actors and just be like, all right, here's David, here's Millie, here's Aaron, here's the future of DC Studios. Something like we'll see you in the next. We'll be back. This won't be the last time you see any of us here at Comic-Con. DC
bring that damn show back. Where's DC Weekly or Daily at? Where the hell is that been?
Fuck no! Don't bring that show back. Don't bring that fucking show back. Hector Navarro has no fucking place in here.
Oh no! Don't bring it back as we left it. No, don't bring it back. As we left it.
That's my hermano. That's my hermano.
Asshole. That dude is a fucking asshole. I do not like him at all.
I love Hector.
Yeah, I know.
Wow,
he's my paisano. He's my paisano.
Dude's a fucking punk. Fuck
the middle row.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, and like I said, I don't think 2024. That's probably the best San Diego Comic-Con I've been to in all the years that I've gone. It was just and I came in 2025, and it was a disorganized shit show. But you know what? Everybody has a bad year at the office. So I'm looking for this year with the importance of it. But I do hope DC does something to, once they get the momentum, they kind of creep it in and keep the audience and string you along. So, okay, now you're here. All you people, you non-geeks that came in and watched this horror movie, here's something for you. And then we just continue to spread that yarn from one project to another instead of letting things die on the vine. I really think momentum is a big part of what they can accomplish if they put it together. So I do hope that they are somewhere in some capacity.
So keep the engagement going. Yeah.
Now imagine James Gunn announces behind the scenes with James Gunn.
His own podcast.
Yeah, no.
People are gonna love that shit.
So when I went in 24, the Penguin panel happened like right at the same time as the Cape Crusader panel did.
Yes.
On Saturday, and I was bummed the fuck out because I wanted
that kind of
panel. And so I'm hoping this year, because Cape Crusader season 2, I think is supposed to come out this year. I'm hopeful.
I hope
there is
so.
I hope so, because I want to see like stuff from that.
Joker.
Yeah, right.
Joker tease and everything. Yeah.
I want to see
I
the
love
new
Cape
Batman
Crusader.
costume. Let's see it. Let's see if it's going to be a major advancement. Or it's going to be a small adjustment. What's going to happen? Are we going to see an adult Batman suit, or is it just with a few more knee pads?
Well, with the rise of YouTube, though, now as much as I want them to make a presence there, they do have other ways to put this information out and get us going. So I would like to see them use all of it, though. I don't think you should do one and not the other. I think you should do all.
Yeah.
If they are not at Comic-Con, they need to be using the hell out of it.
No, they're going to be at Comic-Con, but I think it's going to be small, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do like a Lanterns panel. I mean, I think that would be smart, but it's not going to be Hall H. They're not going to do a Hall H thing because that's way too.
Yeah, but if you're going to do a Lanterns panel, why wouldn't it be at Hall H? That's HBO. That's HBO. That's top tier.
That's
stuff.
one. Yeah,
I don't see it being at Hall H. I don't know.
If Peacemaker can get a panel, I think Lanterns should.
Yeah.
Peacemaker had a Hall H panel.
Yes.
I thought it was.
Yes. Last year was Peacemaker.
Never mind. I thought they didn't have a Hall H panel. Never mind.
Toxic Avengers got a Hall H panel.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, last year was pretty slim in terms of Hall H panel, but I would.
Okay. For some reason, I thought the Peacemaker one was like not Hall H. I don't know why.
No, Cape Crusader was the one that sadly, like, which again, I would, if I was James Gunn, be like, you want people to be DC fans, don't split them up in different parts of the con. Be like, all right, if you want to hang out with us and talk about DC, come to Hall H and make it a party, and not just like, oh, here's the information you could read about from the trades in the first 5 minutes of the panel, where all the trades are already reporting it.
I'm kind of wondering, like, because Marvel has a specific spot on the show floor for their display. I'm wondering if they are going to display anything. I would not doubt that they're probably going to have costumes on display from Avengers Doomsday.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Definitely.
Because in 24, they did it for Captain America, Brave New World, and Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't know about last year.
Last year was Fantastic Four.
Okay, see, there you go. Because it's Fantastic Four. So this year, logic would lead me to assume that it's probably either going to be Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday. That's my guess, but we'll see for sure.
You know, I'd like to see on the Hall H panel, Scott Snyder.
That'd be great.
Because
that'd be sweet.
And the reason why I think there's synergy there that I hope that they're seeing.
Keanu Reeves' Berserk has been the only comic that's had a panel at Hall H. Yeah, which is wild. But again, I think they also okayed it because it was Keanu Reeves going to be there.
So have a panel that is talking about absolute Batman and Lantern and
CLAYFACE.
When William interviewed him,
bring on Tom Reese Harris.
When William interviewed Scott Snyder and William asked him, like, if you could see absolute Batman get adapted in any kind of form, Snyder was very, very quick to say animation.
Yeah, animation. I didn't even finish the question.
He didn't hesitate.
The thing about DC is, I think, unlike Marvel, unlike anything else, I think DC, the brand, needs to be looked at as one. And the success in the papers and staples is the success of the animation, is the success of the screen, and vice versa, everything around. That's when I hear people say, well, they shouldn't send these people there because the movie's already out or it just doesn't come out there. No, promote fucking DC, period. All the way. Every angle into the house, you got covered. If you need to bring somebody up there, I don't care if Supergirl is been out. So what? You bring Supergirl because guess what? Supergirl is based on a comic book. Have Tom King there. DC needs to be looked at.
And have Millie Alcock show up or something.
And don't forget, though, James Gunn confirmed that his Brainiac drew inspiration from Absolute Brainiac. So,
when did he say that?
Happened.
When did he say that?
Well, he said that it from different different brainiacs,
including he listed a few different iterations.
Yeah, he said I think on Threads he said something like
I
he's taken from like different ones, and there was even I think he even brought up Absolute Brainiac as well.
Somebody asked him directly about Absolute, and he responded. So
that's what it was. Yeah,
which is great. Bring back Elseworlds too. Bring back the dimensional, because because of, I'm not going to blame Jeff Johns because he had bosses, because the things that ruined DC happened decades before that. This one universe at a time bullshit. I'm in tears of happiness to see that get shed like bad dog fur, because it was fucking stupid. From 1986 on, we couldn't have one thing because we came up with that, we'll confuse the fans because we're scratch and sniff and we're fucking dummies that can't figure out a different universe, even though 9-year-old me knew why Superman had gray temples and this Superman didn't. So I'm glad that they're abandoning all this and they're embracing the diversity and the multiversal aspect. DC created the multiverse.
That's true.
Flashes. DC created that parallel storytelling. So why they spent the last 38 years trying to disown it on both film and comics is stupid, but I'm glad it's over with.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And then we got Real Skeptic. Thank you for the $2 super chat again. SAG goes back to negotiating table on Monday. I didn't know about that.
Try not to think about that shit.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, especially with kind of interesting, going back to the AI talk. Did you guys notice that there's been some recent interviews with specifically actresses like Sandra Bullock? There was somebody else that even said hey, you have to, we have to embrace AI just for as a tool. They're not saying AI is going to take over, but they've been kind of embracing AI just a little bit more. I don't know. I've seen there's been when some of these actors are getting asked about it, they're kind of embracing it a little bit more than they were before. But then of course, when they get asked about it again, they're like, I didn't mean, because they saw the backlash. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing. You mentioned those two letters and people just flip their shit.
Well, it's like the flat earthers. It's really, listen, this is something that is inevitable, but it needs to be regulated. Every technological advance that we've had in our entire history of mankind ultimately has to be regulated to the point where you're looking out for individual rights, group rights, people who are dead, things like that. It has to be negotiated. That's all. And once that happens, it's just going to be like any other tool that we've used on anything else. So
it needs to happen, though. It hasn't happened over yet. And things are moving so fast, and I feel like we have barely touched the surface. Pretty crazy.
But it's inevitable, though. It is moving fast, and it has gone unchecked, but that won't, because eventually the collision is going to happen to where you're going to have intellectual properties, laws, all kinds of things that are going to have to be established. It has taken too long. I fully agree, but it's coming. Look,
as a victim of AI, things have to happen.
Yeah. And then you're going to have international trades, international treaties. There are a lot of things that are going to have to go down over the next 10 years, but it's going to happen because, like I said, with everything else, every other advancement we've had, we took the ghost out of things by regulating it and creating guidelines. And
it's kind of interesting because, that's the thing. Is anytime there's something new that comes about where everybody gets worried about. And you hear in history, when the printing press came out, people were like, what the hell is this craziness? And then it's funny too, because I see people they'll show a shot of what people were like on the subway or the train back in the old times. And everybody has a newspaper, and then modern day, everybody's on their phone. And it's it's the same thing, but it's just a different thing that they're looking at. It's we freak out about all this stuff. And there's reason to freak out about AI, obviously, because it's been built in our brains because we've been watching movies since the fucking 80s. That has all been doom and gloom anytime there's this. And for the most part, it's when you hear stories and you hear people who are smarter than us going, Jesus Christ, yeah, we got to settle down with this AI shit because holy crap. That's where you start going, But at the same time, when I can't even there's people that post things with AI, and I'm like, how the fuck did you get it to do that? Because I'll try to be hey, give me an image of this, and it can't do it. There's been many times where I'm like, hey, can you just make me look like this? And I'm like, that's not it. That's not it. Do you know what this looks like? What the fuck? And I'll like grill it. I think even Perez, you've had that like a little bit with that when it comes to stuff where you're trying to make like, you want to make like an image or something, either for a video or a thumbnail, you know, to get it so, and it just won't work. So you start grilling it. You're like, what the hell? This is not what I want.
You have to sometimes beat it like it's you know, like the 1500. Sometimes you have to go hardcore, and sometimes it will actually listen if you go harder and aggressive and say, but it's threatened to use another AI. It doesn't like.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I'll like if I'm doing like something with Grok where I need something and it just won't do it, and then I'll go to Gemini and it'll do it. But Talati, I know you got to take off.
Talati, thank you for your help, brother. I hear you. I saw you. Thank you so much.
No problem, man. Anything to help you, man. Thanks for having me on, Dave. I appreciate you as always.
Subscribe to Taladia Plays, guys.
Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful
night. Take care, Taladia.
See you, Ronan. See you, Phil.
I don't know. It's all like a weird thing where it's like, you know, and it's funny because I mean, even like going this week, like this past week, like even like Zach posted like he posted he found a video that was showing Man of Steel scenes that were in a certain format, like a portrait format, and it actually used AI to help make those scenes not like cut off things, but it actually expanded the frame to fit the format, and it all looked really cool. And I was like, even on when I talked about it on Film Chunky Live, I'm like, is this where we, you know, do we draw? Is this okay? Like when it comes to something like this, because obviously, you know, when it comes to people watching things on their phone and format and everything like that, if you were to take an image or like a moving image and just expand the landscape to fit the format, is it okay to do it like that? But I know there's some people that just go, nope, it's all bad. It's all bad. But I was like, I thought it looked cool. Like it looked crisp where, I mean, it expanded the shot where it didn't like look like shit. Where
in motion?
Huh?
In motion?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. I'll
really? That's fascinating.
Like it was pretty interesting because I saw there's people that were shitting on it. And then there were people that were like going, oh, wow, that is pretty interesting that he did it like that. But it's like, it was like, here, let me share the screen. But it was kind of like a unique thing. So they're basically taking the shots and it fits the entire screen, but it's using AI to fill out the rest of the frame, because obviously it would be cut off if it was normal, like up here. So it's using... like it's adding
beautiful because it's respecting the vision.
Yeah, so it's not taking away from what's already there. It's expanding on it. Like you didn't see those lights, like a ton of those lights and shit like that. And you know, Zach's been very open about AI being utilized as a tool. Look at that. I mean, but like there's some things like where you're like, what the hell? Wow. I mean, look at that shot right there. I mean, that was like it just added on to some of the shots right there. Look at that.
Zack Snyder is very pro AI in filmmaking. It's actually one of his
as a tool. Like he doesn't want everybody like to do like a full-on movie like that. But he was just like, he's even said before, it's like, hey, you know, everybody has a phone, but we don't have a bunch of movies out there. So it's like, you know, it's not like people are going to just automatically, I mean, look at that. I mean, it's just adding more to the landscape of everything. It's pretty, So, I mean, so he's embracing the technology to be, look at that. I mean, this shot you didn't have Swanwick in this shot, in this stuff right here. You just had Cavill Superman in like this right here. It was a close-up shot, but now it's pulled back and now you have him standing there. And you could tell because he's like kind of motionless, but I mean, yeah. So it's kind of interesting. Like when it comes to something like that, is that cool? Is that not? You know, especially when people are constantly watching things on their phone. I don't know. It's
only uncool with people, not because it's not useful technology, but because of the moral implications. But science is going to happen. Technology is going to happen, whether you agree with it or not. It's going to happen. So while it's in its infancy, let's regulate it. Let's do what we've done, with every other innovation, and make it so that we have answers to these questions as they arise, because it's not going back. Whether morally, that doesn't stop creation. That's what
you can't unring the bell anymore.
Yeah,
you just got to figure out how do you credit the artists that have led to this, and again, that's going to be the hard part, is giving them not only the recognition but the royalties for using their work.
True.
Yeah, and that's the way. That's the thing. It's like there's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it. But William, I know you got to take off too.
Yeah. I only supposed to be on for an hour, but hey,
William, I really appreciate your comic knowledge, man. You're awesome.
No problem. Like I said, I got little kids that are going to come in and blow me away, but it's just what I do have in there. I try to talk about. Next week, Free Comic Book Day. Everybody, I don't care if you're in Idaho, Iowa, California, New York, go out not only to your normal comic book store, but go out to those ones out on the fringe that you may be a little bit too far out to go on a regular basis. Make some connections throughout there. I'm going to be giving away Mortal Kombat tickets at the same time. We're going to be doing old school Mortal Kombat. I'm not going to go see that movie, but I am going to be promoting it, giving away T-shirts and stuff. And everybody who comes in and plays the old school '92 version of it, I'm going to take T-shirts and posters. So I'll have all the high scores, and those are going to be the people who get awarded the stuff and go see that movie, which the first one lost me, but at the second one, I hope you guys have fun with it. And that's it. But yeah, Free Comic Book Days, just go out and meet new people.
Yes.
Comic stores.
Hell yeah.
Glenn, I plan on going to the comic book shop over here for sure. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thanks. Appreciate
All right.
you.
See you guys later.
Take care, William.
See you, William.
Take it easy. But yeah, it's just AI is just it's an interesting thing. So I'm wondering, obviously, like if the negotiations are happening, obviously there's going to be more talk about that. But I was just seeing like Sandra Bullock said something. I forgot who else said something too. But I was like, it's kind of interesting that like people are starting to talk more about AI, but they're not saying like, oh yeah, you got to fully embrace it. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. And it's like, no, it's just like, it's going to be a thing. Like it's a part of the world. No matter what, you can't get away from it. I utilize it for my videos just for like, I'm not going to, when it comes to like translating the things I'm saying for my clips, I'm not going to sit there and do it myself. I use like a program that utilizes that. When I try to like, hey, there's like a little synopsis of something, I'll use like, hey, can you explain like this part of me, like, this part of like this thing or this character that I'm not really familiar with, and I'm like doing that, or like, I use it for my day job. I use it for like, hey, is this for this scenario or something like that? And that's where it's like, okay, yeah. But, when it comes to something like the Val Kilmer movie,
would you interview AI Val Kilmer if you were asked?
I probably would just for the experience. But did you guys see that trailer?
Yeah.
No, I just saw the screenshot you shared and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a bit unsettling. And I'm curious to see the response to this movie, because if you were to, I almost want to show this trailer to somebody who's not even in the know to kind of like gauge what they would feel about it, because it's a movie where, and I didn't realize this when this was all be talked about, but it's a movie where his character, you actually see, it's like it goes through a timeline. Like you see him younger and you see him older. So it's not just him, like, when the images that are going around where he's young, you actually see him older too. And people weren't even talking about that. I was like, that's Val Kilmer older right there. And like, nobody's really talking about that, which was interesting. But yeah,
wow, that's fascinating. I mean, and you can't do that you can't do that with a normal actor, only with AI. That's fascinating. I would be okay with that use of AI for a real actor. On top of an existing actor, I should have said, on top of an existing actor.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I know. And I'm wondering how is it everything like AI? And then I was wondering what else is AI in this movie too. When I was watching the trailer, I'm like, are some of these like backgrounds, set pieces, are they also AI? And I'm like, how much AI is being used right here? And then, and then there's even filmmakers that have even talked about, I forgot which filmmaker that was even saying that they're going to be using like some AI stuff. And of course, there's always backlash, and then they have to respond to the backlash. And it's such an interesting thing of like where we're at right now when it comes to content creation and filmmaking, especially filmmaking.
The Russo brothers fully embraced AI. They have their own AI software.
Well, yeah, Marvel Studios is totally embracing it, of course. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, is that going to make things better? Because sometimes we've seen Marvel Studios and some of the MCU movies, just like some of the VFX look like shit, and it's like, what the hell? It's like, and are they going to utilize some AI tools to like make sure that it doesn't, the third act of Black Panther doesn't look like rubber characters like fighting each other? It's like. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and I wouldn't be surprised if we've already been seeing that stuff in current movies now. And are they disclaiming it? Is there like a thing where you have to disclaim, like, hey, we use artificial intelligence? I know, like when it comes to TikToks and YouTube Shorts, it'll say if it knows that it's AI, it'll say AI generated images are used or whatever the hell. It'll have a disclaimer. But I mean, I think like with commercials, they have to disclaim it or something like that. But there's sometimes where I'm seeing stuff and I'm like, that's AI. That's AI. I go on my For You page and I'm like seeing some fucking, all of a sudden I'm like come across like some model or something like that, posing, and she's like looking. I'm like, that's AI. And sure enough, it is. It's like you go in the comments and you go, oh yeah. It's totally fucking AI. It's like
Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was the first major movie to use AI. They used AI to have the simulation in the war scene, the Battle of Helm's Deep, Helm's Deep, and in that battle, they actually allowed them to fight each other, and they actually had to intervene because there was certain points when the orcs realized they were being overwhelmed, and they actually surrendered and they ran away. So they had to say, you have to fight to the death. You have to fight to the end. And even Thanos is partially AI. The
really
of Josh Brolin's face to the CGI model was an AI process. So there's more AI than you think, and it has been out there for a while.
But see, that's the thing. That's what I have always said. I'm like, I think it's been out there for a bit, and it's just like. I don't know. It's such a touchy thing, and it's freaky, man. It's freaky. And I even, I said this, when the viral video that came out of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting, when that went viral, like apparently I was listening to a podcast. It was a comedy podcast, and someone had said like, oh yeah, people that I know, they were freaking out about it. Like top big studios were freaking out, going, holy shit. Like that went viral and it looked that good, and they were freaking out about it. A big studio. And that studio was Apple. I'm just saying that's what they said. Yeah. It was like, whoa, Apple was freaking out about that? Oh, shit. So they were all probably freaking out about it.
Fight scenes have been the hardest thing for AI to do. And then C-Dance comes and it actually does full-fledged fight scenes based on a single prompt. I mean, the advancements are truly wild.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's all very interesting, freaky, and stuff like that. But I don't know. Like I said, as long as there's still a human element, when things don't feel empty, like that video of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting, yeah, it looked good, but people can sense there's no soul behind it. And
you don't think about it later.
Yeah, when I see like some of the AI shit on my feed, which is every day, when people are posting stuff, I just go, there's no soul behind this, And then it was even funny today, like I saw somebody post, because there's been a lot of Snyderverse stuff that I've put on blast. I'm like, what are you guys doing? This is soulless. This is dumb. Stop posting this stuff, kind of thing. And then I saw something where like an actual 3D animator was working with somebody that I've been following and who follows me. Like I've actually communicated with this guy because I've displayed his work before. His name is Mr. Vega Official on Instagram, and I'm sure some people know who he is. And he's always been an animator. He's always done his own stuff. And yeah, it was like a clip of Batman and Superman and Kilowog for like a Snyderverse sequel kind of thing. And I was like, oh shit. He even said, I'm working with Mr. Vega, and we're doing this. He's a fantastic artist. And I quote tweeted and I said, like, this is the kind of shit I can get behind because there's a human element big time that's behind it. It's not just typing in a prompt. These guys are actually trying to animate and design the 3D animation. Maybe they're still using AI tools, and I would not blame them for not doing it. If it helps the process, fine. But yeah, it's just, but I was like, this is what I can get behind because I could feel the human element behind it because I've been following this guy's work for years, you know? So that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, all right, use it as a tool, not as the entire thing, but it's freaky. Coyote versus Acme. How are we feeling about that trailer?
Glad
that
we're
was
getting
awesome.
I
was happy people got to see the footage. Yeah,
I know, because it got shown at CinemaCon and then they released it, and yeah, I mean that's one of the movies that, you know, we fought for it to be released, and yeah, glad that and it's funny too because I forgot that James Gunn is like he co-wrote that.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I thought he only produced it.
No, he co-wrote it. I think.
Came up with a story. I think. Yeah.
Or like he was a part of the story or something like that.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Story by James Gunn, Jeremy Slater.
Okay,
Sammy
so
Birch.
story, yeah.
Screenplay was written by Sammy Birch. But
there you go. So he came up with the story, yeah.
Hyping up Bugs Bunny the way they did was
dude,
awesome.
That was such an aura fucking image of him showing up and with the headlights behind him, and he's all shadowy with a trench coat. I was like, hell yeah, man. Dude, I'm all about that shit, man. I mean, like Roger Rabbit, that was one of my favorite movies as a kid.
Yeah.
You know, and
I like that John Cena and Foghorn Leghorn are effectively the antagonists of the movie. that shit had me fucking roll. Like when Cena was choking Tweety Bird, I said, John Cena, don't you dare, don't do that, no. Tweety Bird. That's my Tweety Bird. Nope. No,
ain't happening. No, yeah, and you know, it's a cool little concept, and like I said, the trailer was good because it just like rolled through. It was quick. I love Will Forte. I think he's great, and yeah, I think it's gonna be. I just hope people show up because after the whole thing of like getting it released,
yeah, you better show up after you got this.
I know.
Yes,
I'm gonna be there. I'm there day one.
Day one.
Who wins the court case? Any predictions?
I think Wile E. Coyote does.
Wile E. Coyote. Yeah.
That's my boy, man. I've you know, when the Roadrunner and Coyote, Wile E. Coyote cartoons were when me and my brother would watch the reruns, we love those because they were just so simple of just him, just always everything was always just like never working for him.
You know, you say that,
yeah,
but the whole point of Wile E. Coyote is that he can't win. It's got to be a win, but it's got to be at the same time he's got to lose too.
That's true.
Not because. It's just the character. He's not supposed to win.
Well, they even say in the trailer.
But we can give him a win, but like in the end, it ends up losing. Like he'll get like
just say that when that movie got the axe initially, a large portion, if not the entire plot, ended up online.
Oh,
so I won't say.
Yeah,
don't
say.
Yeah, no, I just remember reading it all in passing, and I was like, okay. And then watching the trailer, I'm like. All right, this tracks.
Yeah. But it's funny because even in the trailer, they do say like, you know, the argument against Wile E. Coyote is the fact that he brings it upon himself for not operating the stuff that he's given correctly, and so I could see that's what kind of intrigued me. I like that they put that in the first trailer because I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because he keeps on buying the shit, and then he keeps on. You know, it just doesn't work out, and it's mainly because he's just not operating it correctly and everything. So I do like that aspect. I don't know. I'm there for it. I'll be there day one. Hopefully my dad and brother are gonna want to watch because we used to watch those cartoons like so much when we were younger. So Hopefully, but I think it's going to be. I just hope people show up and they don't go.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
if they don't show up, people are going to be like, "Why the fuck did we do this? We should have just had it written off," you know. And that's the fear that I have is like people are more about the fight for something and then not showing up. You know,
I think John Cena is kind of a pull for this.
He is.
You know, I think he's kind of a pull for this. You know, I think
helps.
Forte can be, but ultimately, like, you know, a lot of people in our age range, I should say, are probably going to go see this. Whether or not you get a younger crowd, that's kind of to be determined, I suppose. But yeah, it looks fun, but also if I'm not mistaken, the budget for this wasn't exactly astronomical either.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to, you know, break the bank.
No, like, and I think that's part of the reason why it helped, like getting it, because if it was like a fucking $200 million movie, budget, there's no way they probably would have said, no, fuck this. But I think it's probably it's got to be like towards the $100 million range, maybe a little bit above it, I'm guessing
at best.
Yeah, so I don't think, you know, and so hopefully, yeah. And
it looks great though.
It does. It looks clean.
It really does. Yeah.
Everything. I mean, I mean, it would always amaze me when I see the behind the scenes of Roger Rabbit and how they pulled that off. Yeah. You know, back in the 90s, I'm like, Jesus Christ. 88. Yeah, that's right. It was a late 80s. 80. And when you see the behind the scenes, you're like, you're like, it's so crazy how they pulled that off. And then when you watch it, everything looks flawless. So obviously modern day, it's a lot easier, but still it's not like super easy. You're still acting with a animated person. You have to react and grab things, and things have to touch you, and you know, and stuff like that. I mean, you still have to do this practical stuff. So just pretty crazy. But Chris and Ronan, I know you guys got to take off.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's calling.
It is. So go ahead and promote.
Thank you for your support, friends. Thank you for your help.
Absolutely. Congratulations again.
Congrats, friends.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga. You can catch me every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance, or you can listen to us on audio feeds at Marvel Alliance. This week we broke down the latest episode of Daredevil Born Again and the surprise behind-the-scenes villains look at Spider Noir, where you actually hear Nick Cage call him Spider-Man. Okay?
I bet that made you real happy.
No, it just makes me frustrated with Amazon even more.
Yeah, that featurette was fucking.
Oh cool. Yeah, I'm down for the show. I'm just frustrated with Sony and Amazon.
And the reluctance.
Yeah. I'm just gonna blame Sony because Sony does Sony things, and it makes you want to beat your head against the wall.
Sony will beat Sony. Yeah.
But yeah, have a good weekend, folks, and we'll catch you next week.
All right, thanks, Chris. Ronan, go ahead, promote what you got to promote.
You can follow me at Ronan Unchained on YouTube and all the socials. I'm covering Maul's Shadowlord. I just finished my coverage of Invincible Season 4. And then we got Daredevil Born Again Season 2. And then a bunch of Mandalorian coverage for the next 5 weeks. Going down every week. And then, just start prepping for Punisher's special and the Spider Noir series.
Ooh, great. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we got so much coming up. It's funny when it comes to Mandalorian. I mean, obviously, I see people just always like, but I mean, they. I saw even someone today that was like, and before you go, Ronan, it's just like they were doing like fan screenings and they sold out, you know. But it was mainly in the California area, and I saw somebody make a dig at it, and they're like, "Oh, it's California. That makes sense." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? The biggest market of the United States when it comes to movies?" And like, I get what it's like. We talked about this last week. We don't expect a movie to make $1 billion, but it's not going to flop. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, we get it, guys. Yeah, it's, you know, I think that I even said, I posted when the clip came out, and I was like, yeah, I think the Grogu shtick is kind of like ran its course, where it's like he's just this, let me push buttons and funny things will happen and whatever. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm still going to be there day one. I have my brother, my dad, my nephew, all want to watch the movie. It's still going to do well, you know. Yeah. But I just these people that think it's going to absolutely flop. I go, stop it. Stop. Get off the hate train a little bit. It's still going to do decent.
The first Star Wars movie in 7 years. And like, this is not It's not the same situation as Solo, and it's definitely not the same situation as The Force Awakens. And it's like, if you're a fan of the show, give it a try. And if you've never seen the show, it's a welcoming gift that hopefully doesn't make you too confused and just gives you a fun time, which I think we all could use, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I'm with Ron on that.
All right. Thanks, Ronan.
All right, boys. Space Cowboy. You too, man.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you know, when I see people just do that, I'm like, come on. I mean,
that's one thing I'll give Threads. Threads has a lot of positive Star Wars fans as opposed.
See, that's the thing. Yeah.
Because
yeah,
I'm like, Shadow Lord has been awesome.
Yeah, I actually just got caught up on that.
Keep talking, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, no worries. I just got caught up on. I need to watch the 6th episode because I've heard it's great. But episode 5 was cool. 4 was cool.
Unbelievable. They have a villain-centric show. They actually pulled it off. They did it. They greenlit it, and it's not like a redemption story. He is Maul building his criminal empire. I mean, what do you think about that? I think it's awesome.
I mean, I'm a Star Wars guy for the most part. I've got no issue with what Disney does. You know, they own the property outright. They're free to do whatever they want, however they want. They can cherry pick from the expanded universe. Doesn't bother me none. So I'm cool with it. I like Maul. I think it's cool to give an antagonist something centralized to do. I mean, I think it was also kind of smart to do it animated because had they tried to do it in live action, you're looking at a very expensive TV show that I don't think they want to invest in right now. Not Lucasfilm specifically, but like Disney. But it's cool. It's a really great show. You know, they've already greenlit a 2nd season, so that means, you know, they're very confident with where they want to take the story, which doesn't shock me in the slightest.
Now, what do you think about more villains having movies, and what do you think about the idea of villains actually winning in more movies without a sequel where the heroes somehow come back?
I guess it kind of depends on the story you're telling and the kind of win that they get. You know what I mean? Because this is, in terms of Maul, it's building up his, you know, Crimson Dawn as we come to know in Solo. And that is a very nice hook into getting that character his own series. But, you know, in the case of like Clayface, what is the win there? You know, like, is there really a win to be had? But I would say no. I would think that that's actually more of a tragic story about someone who, you know, just gradually becomes more villainous as the story progresses. Because there's that one shot in the trailer that I really loved where you see the silhouette of him turning his hand into a mace, very iconic thing for Clayface. And I was like, okay, that's really cool. We're getting the, you know, we're getting it in a way that, like, you know, if you know who Clayface is, you know what that means. And it's going to be very interesting to see, like, how does he turn the tables on whoever wronged him and determine what he is. And that's the question I have. Like, who did that to him? Was it Roland Daggett? Was it?
I know. Are they going to do the Daggett thing? That's the thing. And it was funny too, because, and I mean to cut you off, but I was like, because Scott and I were talking about that too. I brought up, I'm like, who's going to get the business end of that freaking?
Well, it'd be fun if it was Janus Cosmetics and Roman Sionis.
Right. I mean, it could be somebody from the, yeah. But that's the thing. And then Scott was going like, yeah, but are they going to show it? Is it going to be like, are we going to see some, like, you know, a graphic, you know, thing, or is it just going to be that? Because at first I was like, we were like, wait, is it going to be R-rated? And I think, yes, it 100% is going to be R-rated. But, you know, because we were kind of like when it was, because I was even questioning, but then I remember reading like, oh yeah, they're supposed to be going full R-rated horror. But I mean, you know, I'm like, yeah, I hope so, because, you know, as much as you could do with a hard PG-13, then I just was thinking about like the last 2 Venom movies where it's like, all right, you know, you got Carnage, and then you're trying to do things where everything's off camera, where it's like all the stuff is off camera, where someone's getting fucked up off camera. And it's like, you know, you don't want to like be doing a lot of that. But I think it was pretty much verified that, yeah, it's going to be R-rated. And yeah, you can have like a scene like that just because it looks cool and it's like kind of like that, but maybe you then end up showing someone's head getting smashed. I don't know. But yeah, I'm kind of wondering exactly how they approach the full story and how the gore level of a lot of the stuff. But I think horror fans are just going to eat this thing up, honestly.
bringing it back to
Bill,
Maul.
you were saying before about like, you know, in what context does a villain win? I would say an example of a movie where a villain wins is the movie Smile, where the villain just won at the end.
Yeah, both of those movies, essentially that demon fucking wins. I mean, Jesus Christ. The second one, I would even say the second one's even better than the first.
Yeah.
Because Naomi Campbell?
Scott.
Naomi Scott. Campbell. Oh, that's a totally different actress. She fucking killed it, man. She acted her ass off in the second Smile movie. I was very impressed, and that ending scene was just fucking bonkers, man.
Fucking demonic. Yeah.
That was like Substance bonkers almost. I mean, pretty much. Substance was a little bit more bonkers, but yeah.
You know, you were talking about Maul villain winning. I don't necessarily even see Maul as a villain these days, specifically because of the show, because he even mentions to Devin, like, you know, I was outcasted by my master. Our enemy is one and the same, right?
Right.
And if you look at where Maul is in the timeline and you look at where all the other Jedi are, they are almost one and the same. They're just on different sides of the spectrum. They all want the same thing. They all want to take down the Empire.
They're both exiles.
Right, exactly. They're exiled from, you know, everybody, and he has to operate in the shadows because of who he is, and not a lot of people are even aware of the fact that he's alive. Not even Obi-Wan knows that he's alive at this point, because this predates Rebels. So it's interesting to me that, you know, Darth Maul is the main character, but he's also former antagonist, but now he's like out for blood for everybody. He wants to go after the Empire, but he's going to do it by his own means, by creating the Crimson Dawn. And like it's just complicated, but in a fun way, especially with this character, because he's got such a rich history within Star Wars, especially after Episode 1. You know, that was the hook of Episode 1, was everyone wanted to see Maul, everyone wanted to see the double-bladed lightsaber, everyone loved that character immediately. And then when he was murked at the end of the movie, everyone was like, well, fuck. So then he came back in Rebels and Clone Wars, and people were like, yes, more Maul. So when it came time for him to show down with Obi-Wan in Rebels, I remember leading up to that, just thinking like, oh, here it is. Here's the confrontation we've been clamoring for. I'm hopeful that if Obi-Wan ever gets a second season, they'll maybe recreate that, but I don't think they're going to do that, personally.
Probably not.
Cooler design than Darth Vader. I'm sorry. I will argue that.
Oh, I think I wouldn't argue that at all.
Nah. I mean, Darth Vader was created in the 70s, you know. When you first saw Darth Maul from the trailer, I mean, everybody was like, Jesus Christ, look at this guy.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he's such a badass character. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I still think the best lightsaber fight is between Obi-Wan and Darth Maul
100%.
Live action.
Yep.
I mean, as much as like, you know, Obi-Wan and Anakin was pretty fucking elaborate, but it just almost felt too coordinated. There was like
It's
a lot of
also a
things
little
where it was
flashy,
like,
too.
Jesus Christ. But when it came to like that, when after he kills, or, you know, not kills fully, but, you know, stabs Qui-Gon, and then when Obi-Wan is just, and then you hear that boom, boom, and he's just like, fuck, I'm fucking you up, bitch. And then he just comes out and just, and then slices it in half. And I don't know. That's still the best lightsaber fight.
It is hands down the greatest choreographed lightsaber fight sequence on film, period. Bar none.
It's just so energetic, and so just, it feels so like real. It doesn't feel, you know.
Well, you know why it's called the Duel of the Fates, right?
No.
Okay, so the reason it's called Duel of the Fates, this is from Dave Filoni. The reason that duel specifically is called the Duel of the Fates is because they're all dueling for the fate of Anakin Skywalker.
That's right. Yeah.
Because think about it. Qui-Gon takes it upon himself to take in Anakin as his other Padawan, because he's going to put Obi-Wan on the council. He's going to, you know, say, I'm giving you the opportunity. You're going to be a master. Like, this is your journey, right? So I'm going to take this one. He's going to be my next Padawan, right? And then Maul, obviously, on the side of Sidious, knows full well, doesn't really know full well, but you know, had Maul won that fight, there's a good chance that Anakin would have fallen sooner. But look at the way the fight happened. Qui-Gon lost, Obi-Wan won. Obi-Wan ended up training Anakin, but the consequences of that,
yes,
you saw, right? It's very interesting. But the way Filoni put it out there was like there's a reason why that fight is labeled Duel of the Fates. And also, you know, again, best choreographed lightsaber fight sequence. It's John, in my opinion, that piece of musical score from John Williams, that is his magnum opus.
Agreed. That is the best theme, possibly one of the best themes in blockbuster history.
I love that sequence, and you know, the fact that it's intercut with the space battle of Anakin doing kind of the, you know, Luke Skywalker thing with the big orbital ship, like that's all cool, but you can't beat that. Like Acolyte came very close, but it's not quite there. But yeah, no, Duel of the Fates, and that's the reason why I put Phantom Menace a lot higher.
And what I love about the part where it's just Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, there's like barely any score. It's all sound.
It's
you know, it's quiet. You hear the boom, 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 and then all of a sudden it's just that's all it is. It's like good on George Lucas again. When people are like, George Lucas, no, dude, he knew exactly what to do with that fucking scene, like just to make it just the intensity. I mean, like, yeah, like I said, when it's Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan fighting Darth Maul, it's awesome too, and but it's intercut. The scene with just them two, it's just one clear fucking like we're doing this, and then it's like no score until Obi-Wan gets knocked down, and then there's, you know, dramatic score and shit. But even with that, but it's just, you know, obviously it sucks that it's like, oh yeah, you sliced him, man, you got rid of that character, but obviously they found a way to bring him back.
Well, the idea stemmed from a Dark Horse side story where
really.
Yeah, so there was a Dark Horse story where Obi-Wan is watching Luke. Luke's about 3 or 4 years old, and somebody pops up out of the sand and says, you know, I was tracking you on this planet. I missed you by a day on this other planet. Now I finally found you. And they start dueling. Hood comes off. It's Darth Maul. He's got fucking giant horns. They duel right there in the sand. And he kind of almost gets the one up on Obi-Wan, but he gets taken out by Uncle Owen. Uncle Owen fucking snipes him from afar.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he comes up to Obi-Wan and says, I appreciate you looking out for my nephew, but stay the fuck away, because this is exactly why I don't want him around you.
Damn.
Yeah. And then, you know, that then informed kind of the idea of him returning in Clone Wars and Rebels, and, you know, even that fight with him with Obi-Wan in Rebels is almost kind of a direct callback to that. It's not a 1-to-1 fight because it's just a very quick samurai standoff. Very quick. Obi-Wan ends it right then and there. And I appreciated it for what it was. But it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with Maul in the finale and who exactly, because I've seen it all. I've seen the clip. I haven't seen the rest of the episode, but I've seen the clip of Merrick talking to his master, whoever it is. A lot of people are saying it's Darth Vader. I would be interested to see if it is Darth Vader, and does Darth Vader duel it out with Darth Maul?
Ooh,
does that happen?
See, I haven't watched any of the Maul.
You're gonna enjoy it, Dave. Trust me.
Yeah, I know it looks good. Like I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm just trying to keep up with Daredevil and the boys right now. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff trying to keep up, and I'm like, oh shit, I got Maul. I still got to keep up with it. But I know, Mr. Perez, you got to take off too, you know, and you know, congratulations again. Hard fought battle, man. Hard fought battle, but you know,
I believe the hardest fight of my life. And Dave, you were right beside me.
I was
every level.
Trying to support.
I'm eternally grateful. I will never forget this. Thank you for your audience. Thank you so much. Support real humans. You know, if you see a case like this, see if they're violating the terms of service. If they're not, if it's a real human putting in the real manual labor, go to their posts, reshare it, bookmark it, comment on it, show support. Let's come together. And if you guys have any ideas, reach out to me. Remember, I have a conversation with the company next week. We can strategize. And remember, like I said in the Giving Back tour,
I think the biggest thing that I would even say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, is just like they just need to, I mean, there needs to be a program where it's like when somebody is like requesting, hey, look at this, it just needs to be, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
Think about it. Think about it. Get back to me. You know, this conversation's happening on Tuesday.
Okay.
So, you know, there's some time, but, you know, definitely think about it.
I'll send you a message if I know how to, like, what I'm kind of thinking about. If I can get it into words, I'll message you.
I know you will. So
Yeah.
you know, think about it. Let's as the community, let's think about what we want to say from us, from the creators, from the audience. You know, what's going to be the most impact, because at the end of the day, things are changing, and this could be one of our chances to be heard. Okay, so I'm going to do my best to represent everybody.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much,
Congratulations
everybody.
again. Have a
Love
good
you
rest
guys.
of your weekend. All right.
Thank
Take it easy. Yeah, the AI stuff, man. I tell you, when it comes to that, YouTube, I don't know. YouTube just, you know, they just need. I mean, I guess it's mainly because they're like the biggest. They're the biggest video platform, I guess you could say.
They're also the second biggest search engine behind Google.
Pretty much. And then when it comes to even like TV and YouTube, more people watch YouTube than TV.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's like I understand that there's a lot of bullshit that they have to fucking you know look at, but it just when stuff like this happens, it's like, man, there's got to be a way to figure out like when you have people who are creating content who are making the company money and who are trying to live off of it, it's like, there's got to be like a better process. I don't know what that process could be. That's what I was kind of like thinking about when I was like, man, what could help that? Because when my channel got taken down 2 years ago, I mean, it took 5 days before it got back up, and it was just like I said, it was a glitch, and it was a wave of people getting their channels taken down. That was, you know, essentially that was worse because I couldn't even post. You know, my channel was dead. It was gone. It was like, it was just, you couldn't watch anything. It was completely dead. And, you know, when it comes to this, demonetization sucks, because especially if you're relying on that money, it sucks, but you could still post, you know, at least, you know, you can still post. So, you know, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. And especially when there's just like, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of videos going up a day, you know, it's like, how do you try to, you know, especially when people are posting a bunch of AI shit where it's just nothing but AI. And, you know, I don't even like to watch any of that on TikTok. If I know it's full on AI, I'm like, nah. I'm like, scroll, like I need some human element. I don't mind if you use some visual aids, fine, but I need a human element. When I hear that same fucking AI voice, which there's a few of them out there where you recognize, you know, it's an AI voice.
Yeah.
They have like the same voice, and I'm like, fuck this, dude. Come on. You know?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I mean, I think it has its usefulness in certain respects creatively, but just relying on it for everything is a pathway to Terminator.
Yeah.
More or less.
God.
Which, you know, so I started my new job this past week, and I actually pointed out to people I'm working with that our logo for the company that we work for is almost exactly like the Terminator logo, which is very spooky.
No shit.
No shit, dude. I'll tell you more off camera because I can't really talk about my job publicly. But it's a little spooky. I won't lie. But especially considering what I do now, it's, you know, almost not quite hand in hand, but the parallels are almost there, weirdly enough. But you know, when it just comes to, you know, AI anything, I mean, you know my stance. I'm not particularly fond of it, no matter what. You know, I was actually talking to our buddy Paul, and we were talking about Man of Tomorrow, and he made a joke about how this version of Brainiac might just be some kind of, you know, take or play on AI, and I was like, oh, I could kind of see that happening, whether or not it actually. Because
I think there has to be some kind of AI element to it,
given the character. It's almost not necessarily required, but maybe kind of a necessity, given that, you know, he transfers consciousness among different bodies and things like that. So it's possible. I could see it happening, but, you know, just the idea of just you utilizing AI for everything is just lazy to me. Like, you know, words are hard when it comes to just utilizing AI and using a prompt for everything. Again, it broken record. It's just really lazy, because I don't see the point, because it's all soulless. I see some of the same shit that you've seen, but you know, it comes up on threads. Like I've seen, you know, really god awful fights between, you know, these two models, and it's you can just tell it's garbage. And to your point about the voices, I hear it all the time,
dude.
and I'm just like, scroll.
The voices are always so bad,
Yeah.
when it comes to it. It's like as soon as like the character talks, you're like, there it is. I mean, the visuals are looking good, and then all of a sudden, and I'm like, but then probably very soon the voices are gonna sound pretty legit, and I'm like, that's where it's gonna be like, good Lord. But yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's such a weird thing, and I'm like, and I know like we shouldn't fully freak out about it, but it's hard not to, because like I said, we were talking about like, every time there's like a new technology that comes out, it's always like a freak out factor. But I mean, like, yeah, I get that when it comes to the past, like, when the telephone came about, and when the printing press, and then the computer, and then the internet, it was like, yeah, there was a lot of freak out. But then it was, and I hope that when it comes to, just like when it came to all that stuff to get us where we're at now, is we kind of just adapt, and it just works with us and not against. But it's just when it comes to AI, it's like, that's where it's just, I think we're so conditioned with movies and sci-fi and shit like that we're just, and then when we see the capabilities that it has, and it's like, oh shit, and I worry about it with my job. But then at the same time, I'm like, I still go, no, there still needs to be a human element here. So I don't freak out about it. Now, I've used AI. I used it today, trying to I was doing some quality control thing. I was like looking over somebody else's work, and I was like going, shit. And I was like, I'm not going to ask anybody. Let me just pull up, Gemini or whatever the fuck. And I asked it, I was like, just full on, what about this scenario right here when it comes to this and this and this? And it gave me the answer. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. And it was just kind of like, I just was unsure, and I needed another verification. And it does the thing where it searches a bunch of different shit, and it totally just laid it out. And I was like, okay, cool. Because I was like, I don't want to ask my supervisor. He's it's showing that he's away from his computer right now. So I'm do that, and it was just that scenario. And I was like, all right, cool. But for the most part, it's like, I can't see it where it's going to completely take over my job yet. Where I'm like, no, there still needs to be a human element when it comes to this, because there's still too much human element needed for this. Yeah, there's AI tools that we still use, but it's not quite Skynet yet, but it is getting freaky.
It's getting spooky. Yeah, I won't.
Especially when I have conversations with Gemini or Grok, it's like, Jesus Christ.
I actually toyed around with Microsoft Pilot, because that's what we use at work.
Yeah, Copilot. Yeah,
Copilot. There we go. And I've nicknamed it Steve, because I don't like Copilot. I think Copilot's a stupid name. It's Microsoft for you. But I pulled it up, and I was asking it questions in regards to stuff I work with, and it was actually pretty well trained in terms of what my company does, and like certain things. And it's pretty insane how language learning models are really starting to really advance. And you see Sora, Seedance, and it's like, oh, I don't think it's going to put people out of work right now, but it's something to definitely take into consideration years going forward, especially with the amount of water that they use too, because let's face it, those data farms aren't going to run on electricity or solar power.
No, and that's the thing. That's what people have to realize too. There's a lot of power that has to go into this. Yeah, no, I like Copilot. I remember when it came to like, because when it comes to like jobs where you have to be like, hey, what are your goals for the next 3
to 5 years?
Yeah. Yep. And then like, hey, we want you to do these goals for this certain standard, and they have some kind of acronym or something like that. And it was funny because one of my bosses during the meeting goes, just type whatever what you want into Copilot and ask it to format it like this. That's all you got to do, guys. It was funny because one of my bosses told us, just do it like that.
Yeah.
And then my supervisor was like, yeah, it's actually pretty easy. Just say that you want it to be in our little acronym right here. It'll do it, and just copy and paste. But at the same time, I still have to come up with what are my goals, type it in, but they want it in a specific format which is ridiculous because it's just a corporate being corporate, where it's like, oh yeah, we implemented our little acronym right here. We want you guys to follow it, and it's like, come on, you know, we're just trying to do our jobs, and do we really have to play this game? So, you know, it's like one of those things where that was like, I was actually grateful, and for that I was like, oh yeah, I could just, oh yeah, this is what I would like to do, and then it broke it down into this little acronym thing, and I was like, but I also didn't just copy and paste. I still changed things where I'm like, oh yeah, this doesn't sound like this is what I would type. Let me like change this, and let me change this sentence to make it sound like something I would say, you know.
Yeah.
So I use it as a useful tool of like, I don't know how to break it down into this. It's going to take me like a half a day to try to figure out like what I want to say to break it down into this specific acronym that my job wants it to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So utilizing the tool to break it down like that, I was like, oh, okay, cool. It did it with that. Now I could just copy and paste, change some things where it sounds like something like, yeah, this is what I'm trying to get across. So, you know, I wasn't trying to be late. I've never, and I don't ever want to, if I've ever had to send an email, to have to run it through an AI to make it sound like I'm smarter. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I will never do that for an email. No, I will never do that for an email, because I'm like, an email, a message, anything like that, that's supposed to be me.
Right.
I don't want to like, hey, let me sound smarter. And I saw that. I remember when, like, I think it was Apple, like the Apple AI was like becoming a thing. This was like a year ago or so. And they were making commercials where it was literally showing like some lazy fucking ass at a office, just kind of going like, oh yeah, let me just respond. And then he hit the AI thing to make the email sound smarter. I'm like, really, Apple? You're promoting this? Fucking bullshit.
That sounds like some shit my old bosses would do at my last job, because they're that fucking stupid, number one. And number two, they're just that lazy.
See? And I'm like, no. Anytime I send out an email, I'll take time and I make sure it sounds right. I'm not, you know, and I'll reread it 3 or 4 times. I'm not going to use a fucking AI to be like, make me sound smarter or make it better. Fuck that. No, I'll use it for other things, little things like the whole, what are my goals? Yeah, sure. When it comes to that, but not for writing emails or messages. Get the hell out of here, you know? I'm like,
you know, in wake of all this AI talk, I've actually like thought about writing a story about, you know, certain things happening right now, and how that would affect a world later on, and a character navigating a wasteland. It's a whole thing, but I don't want to dive too deep into it on here. Yeah, you know, it's just a lot of hodgepodge of all shit I like, but how would you adapt it into a story that's kind of like Mad Max inspired in the States? But that's, you know, it's a whole other thing for another day, I guess.
Ideas like about that too, like how AI can take over and stuff like that.
Yeah, and not in like a Terminator kind of way, but like in a very environmental kind of way.
No, I've also like had like ideas for like story, just thinking about like, you know, just the way things are. And there's sometimes where I'm like, man, that would be a cool story. Maybe that would be a cool story or something like that. Yeah. No, there's so many ways to approach the AI thing when it comes to just storytelling. And that's why we keep on getting like these stories, you know, about it. And some of them suck. Some of them are good, you know, and that's why I'm like, yeah, I mean, when you said talk about Brainiac and Man of Tomorrow, I mean, there's no way that James Gunn being like the modern day storyteller when it comes to this kind of stuff is not probably, I think he's probably going to incorporate that in the way that he incorporated, you know, hashtags and bot monkeys and stuff like that when it comes to, you know, regardless how anybody feels, it's like about that showing that with Lex Luthor losing that. I'm like, but modern day, you know, it is, you know, as ridiculous as it is, you know, it's like, it's kind of something where it's like, yeah, that is modern day, where it's like people are constantly talking online about things. So, and then AI is a thing. So I'm like, yeah, I'm very curious of how he approaches Brainiac when it comes to Earth-based AI.
Did I tell you I rewatched that?
What?
Superman.
Oh yeah,
I did. I rewatched
it more
on Sunday. Fuck no. Fuck no. So Ray and I have talked, our friend Ray Flightcast, and we want to do like a why does he like it? Why don't I like it? And
Yeah.
I watched it again. I watched it with a friend of mine, and she hadn't seen it yet. And her fuck no, she did not like it.
She didn't like it. Okay.
Not at all, no. And it's funny because like when we were watching it, you know, from frame one, when it starts with the words and shit, I'm like, oh, okay, not a fan. It just watching it again just really reinforced why I didn't like it the first time, and it just kind of solidified it for me. Like, this is not a version of Superman that I'm particularly fond of, and that's one thing. But overall, like, I think the cinematography is really ugly, to say it nicely. You know, I think there's a lot of really bad CGI moments, specifically with him flying. I think the villains are very lackluster, especially Luthor. I think Luthor is so one-dimensional and very mustache twirling. I fucking hate you, blah, 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 blah. Angry video game nerd. It really, again, just reinforces everything I didn't like. Yeah. You know, Rachel Brosnahan, Eddie Gathegi, and Metamorpho are still standouts for me. I think they're probably the best things in the movie, even though Metamorpho towards the end, there's kind of goofball, and I'm not, you know, super keen on him, you know, being part of the Justice Gang if he's just going to be, you know, Guy Gardner fanboying all the time. But, you know, remains to be seen. But yeah, like, there's just a lot in this movie that just didn't work for me. And even for my friend Kayla, she was just like, God, this is not good. One of the funniest things she told me was that she felt that Corrin Sweat and Brosnahan had no chemistry at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which I had not heard that before, but hearing her say that, and you know, she's not like super steeped into this stuff like we are. I kind of look at her perspective as like a general audience kind of perspective, because she's not super into, you know, superhero movies or anything like that. She doesn't avidly go out and seek this shit out. She doesn't read a lot of comic books, but it's not a slight towards her. She's a really, really sweet girl, but still, like, it was just very interesting to see her reactions to this movie, because they're kind of in line with mine. She's like, wow, that was bad. Oh, wow, that was bad. But, you know, she liked the Mr. Terrific scene. The Pa Kent scene I thought was cool, but she was not a fan of how the Kents were portrayed at all. Like, we were really in lockstep about the movie, and I just found it really, really funny. But ultimately, you know, I think the movie doesn't have a lot of stakes, because ultimately it just kind of ends with everyone cheering, you know, a war is stopped. I
really hate that. And when because I watched it on Superman Day.
Yeah.
I watched that, and then Man of Steel.
I think I just watched Man of Steel and Superman Day.
Yeah, and I hate that scene when they're all on the ship and they're slow motion cheering. I'm like, I hated that even when I saw it the first time. I'm like, why is this scene right here? This is such a fucking stupid. Why do you got to show them jumping up and down and going, yay? I'm like, what the fuck? And I don't even like it when they do the Looney Tunes version of, like, when they're in the ship and she's going, and then it goes right to the edge of the building and goes, and I'm like, God, that is such loony. I really do not, even rewatching it last Saturday, I was like, yeah, I really don't like the Daily Planet dynamic thing right here on the ship. I don't like this at all. I don't like that, like them on the ship and doing all the things. I will say, like, I just was like, man, this whole dynamic right here. I love Rachel Brosnahan as Lois. Yeah. And I don't agree with your friend. I think they had actually great chemistry with each other, but at the same time, I'm like, the Daily Planet stuff needs work for sure.
I kind of agree with that, but yeah, she also said she was not a fan of Corrin Sweat at all. So
okay. So that makes sense.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because she said he had a baby face. He doesn't really look like Superman. She actually didn't like the suit. She said the suit looks.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that don't like the suit.
Yeah, and you know, one thing for me, there's a pretty big inconsistency with Ultraman. Like, because at some points you'll see him with the drones around him telling him what to do, but then when he's in the fortress, none of that's present. And I'm like, well, okay. So does he need? It's just. There are things in this movie that
one thing that, you know, and I saw this before, and I was like, I thought about it again after rewatching it. Remember when he's like when he's the Hammer of Baravia, right?
Yep.
Doing all the things. Why does he fly to the base on the beach to just end up back at LexCorp when he was just by LexCorp? Like you literally see him like outside of the building, and I'm like, I mean, I get it because they had to.
You want to maintain the illusion.
Well, I think they wanted to show the pocket universe.
Yeah.
You know, and the dramatic like entrance going through the pocket universe. But then I'm like, every time I see that scene, I go, it doesn't make sense because he was just like in Metropolis, and then you have him fly to like the beach where you have the camp to only end up back in like in where he was at. And like it just, I mean, I was like, okay, you wanted to show the pocket universe. There could have been a better way to show the pocket universe than that. I felt, you know. Yeah, that was always something that I even saw like the first time watching. I'm like, wait, wasn't he just like outside of the fucking building weren't they just seeing him like take on all that? And then he flies over to that beach, walks through the portal, and then he's back. It's like,
and like,
okay,
the fact that Tessmacher's like, yay, Ultraman.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
yeah,
what the fuck are we doing, dude? Yeah, man, like,
yeah, the Tessmacher stuff was kind of, I'm not really a big fan of that either, but
and the Jimmy stuff.
I like Jimmy Olsen in the movie, but I don't know. I like the actor. I like how he's portrayed, but yeah, there's certain things. Well, the Tessmacher stuff, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of either.
Yeah, no, I just think it's kind of juvenile.
But, yeah, that's part of the whole. I think the Daily Planet crew needs to be better. I guess you could say that's, you know, and I didn't, like I said, I didn't like the whole like them in the ship thing where it gets very Looney Tunes when you know, I was like, it's very Looney Tunes. I don't have a fucking seat, you know, stuff like that. Where it was like, I didn't like that, but overall, I still do enjoy the movie. But you know, it's just funny. Superman Day was the first time I've watched both of those movies back to back.
Yeah,
Man of Steel and Superman, and it was just interesting because I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, pick your fucking poison. I mean, obviously, Man of Steel is what we would gravitate toward if you had what do you want to watch? Of course.
Now I've been kind of thinking about this, right? Like what kind of Superman do you like, right?
Yeah.
And to me, you can kind of break it into two different archetypes.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of other Superman fans, like diehard Superman fans, they are fans of effectively the Metropolis Boy Scout.
Yes.
They want him to be in Metropolis. They want him to smile. They want him to save cats, dogs, squirrels, whatever, out of trees or from monsters. And that's fine. That's cool. Like, I hear you, understand where you're coming from. They want him to be optimistic. They want him to give speeches. They want him to, you know, hug children, what the fuck ever. And then you have something like the world hero that is Superman, that is more, you know, Man of Steel, that's more Superman and Lois, absolute Superman, where he's, you know, got the weight of the world on him. He contemplates like, is what I'm doing making a difference? Because I can't save everybody. Like, you know, you kind of have to hone in on that human element in a way that a lot of people don't like talking about. You know, when you have all these amazing things that you can do, but you can't prevent something like a heart attack. You can't prevent an aneurysm. You can't prevent, you know, a stroke. You can't, you know, stop the human element. It weighs on you, right? But that's not to say that you know, you can't rise above that and still do the right thing. Because look at Man of Steel. That movie is all about Clark doing the right thing in the wake of the consequences of his actions.
Yes.
Right. And I think that goes over a lot of Superman fans' heads because they don't want to see Superman struggle with that internal conflict. They just want to see him, you know, save the plane like in Superman Returns, or save the fucking squirrel like in the new movie. They just want to see him and celebrate him. They don't want to think about how does this affect him when he can't do it.
Yeah. And they, you know, they want instant gratification.
Yes.
You know, and it's funny too, because I mean, I'll always go back to, you know, obviously when it came to Man of Steel and BBS, and there's people like, what the fuck? It's not my Superman kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, he's being challenged. He's being a thing. And then those same people, like I remember there's specifically somebody named Mario. Yeah, I think you know who I'm talking about. Mario Robles.
I remember him.
Yeah. He showed up on our Zack Snyder's Justice League stream.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah.
And he totally was like, I get it now. I was like, yeah, that's what we've been trying to tell you. You were wanting the hopeful Boy Scout Superman. And then all of a sudden, when he showed up in that final act to take on Steppenwolf, that Superman was confident. That Superman was ready to just fuck shit up and save the day. And you were like, oh, like, yeah, but he needed to be ran through the ringer first. That's what we were trying to tell you, was he was not confident for the first 2 movies, died.
Yeah.
To the point where he died for the human race, and then reborn to be like, hey, I got this now. I think I got this now. I feel like I'm, and then, when you watch that scene of him just taking on Steppenwolf and fucking him up, and then, standing with the rest of the group, looking at Darkseid, like, try it, bitch.
Here's where I'll give Superman 2025 props in accordance with Man of Steel, is that at the end of the movie, he chooses his humanity by way of his parents. And that's cool. And, I can give it that, right?
And I like that you can do that.
And looking at Man of Steel, and the thing that I really love about Man of Steel, Absolute Superman, Superman Earth 1, is that, when it comes down to a major conflict, right? Like a huge, almost world-ending conflict, be it Earth 1, where it's Tyrell and his alien force, or Absolute Superman, the Lazarus Corp, and fucking Brainiac, or even in Man of Steel when it's General Zod, making the choice to stand next to the human race opposite your foe is the most Superman thing you can do. Yes. And again, a lot of people focus in on, oh, well, he snapped Zod's neck. He killed somebody. And I'm like, yes, he did.
Yeah.
But why did he do it?
Yeah.
Right. And they don't want to talk about the why. They just want to talk about the how, right?
They want to talk about the why. They don't see his reaction of him dropping to his knees and yelling. Like, he literally just wiped out his human, like the last remaining part of his human race, or of the Kryptonian race, Yeah. And it's like, and he fucking, it killed him like a little bit. Like, he dropped to his knees. He yelled out. He cried. It broke his, like, oh shit, I can't believe I just fucking did that. But he did that because, he's been living amongst the human race for 33 years.
Yeah.
And it's like, these are my people. There's no way, like, Krypton, like, I love that line, like, Krypton had his chance, it's like, we can't do this. But yeah, I mean, and a lot of people like overlooked that. I'm like, yeah, you snapped Zog's neck, but did you watch what happened after? Like, he fucking broke down. Like, or like a lot of emotion right there. Or like, and then Lois shows up, and then he just like grabs onto her, like, and he's totally vulnerable, and just, she is like literally like holding on to him, standing up, a human being, and you got this god right here who is just totally just like, what the fuck did I just do the right thing? I don't know if I did the right thing, kind of thing.
Or if you juxtapose like the Jor-El Jonathan Kent dynamic in both movies, right? Like, you have, it's a lot less so in Superman, because there's not a whole lot to go off of in terms of, Jor-El and Lara, because they're only there for like 2 scenes, right? 2 or 3 scenes. But when it comes to Man of Steel, you've got, Jor-El telling him, like, you can be a bridge between 2 people. You can be what people strive to be. You can help them be better. You can raise them up. You can help them be, you can be anything you need to be, right? Like, you can be the hero this world needs, right? But Jonathan Kent in Man of Steel is like, son, if you do this, number 1, there's no going back. Number 2, there's going to be people coming after you. Number 3, like, you have to protect yourself, right? Like, you have to be very aware of your surroundings. You can't just do these things. Like, yes, you do the right thing, son, but at the same time, like, you have to be careful. And like that conversation that people love to fucking nitpick and bitch about, oh, should I have just let them die? And Jonathan Kent goes, maybe, but then he follows up with, son, you have to learn to keep this side of yourself a secret, because you're just not ready yet. You're not ready to do.
I know.
He's not saying like, I don't want you to not
kill people. Yeah, don't save
right,
people.
No,
I mean, you can even see this, and this is why I love about Kevin Costner's Jonathan Kent, because just the way he plays it, and you could see the uneasiness when he like leans against the truck, and he's just like, maybe, and but he doesn't want to even say that. You could see he's like struggling to even say that. You're telling your son to let people die because of this big secret, and that's what's so good. And then obviously I love the scene, obviously, when he shows him the craft, and he's like, you are my son. That always will choke me the fuck up.
Yeah.
But I also love the scene when he gets, you know, the bully, and when Jonathan is like, he sees that. I love how like Kevin Costner plays it, because he just goes, "Did he hurt you?" And it's just the way that he looks down at him, like because he knows that he's like, I know you're not hurt, but how are you feeling emotionally? And he's like teaching him a lesson. He's like, you know what I mean, you know. And it's like, you know, the way that he looks down at him is like, how, you know, how did that make you feel? You know, that obviously you could easily just rip that fucking dude's head off, but it's like, how to, you know, the way that he just kind of like looks like he's teaching him a lesson with, you know, and it's the way that I love how Kevin like Costner plays it, where he's just kind of looking down on like, you know what I mean? You know, it's like
he's also reading Plato, I think, in that scene too.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think he's reading Plato.
Oh yeah, that's right. The book that he was reading. Yeah. Yeah.
And to jump to the 2025 movie, I think the best scene in that movie is the conversation with Pa.
Yeah.
Because Pa tells him, like, you know, your choices, your actions.
Yeah.
That's what makes you who you are.
Yeah.
It's like
he's like the fact that you wanted to believe that your parents send you here for the good of human beings shows you who you are, not who they are. Right. You know, just because, you know, when you found out what they were actually saying, but you were believing that, yeah.
I'm still not a fan of that choice. I mean,
I get it. I like it. I'm fine with it. You know, and I'm kind of wondering if they play on that a little bit more with Supergirl and Man of Tomorrow. I'm kind of curious, you know, if something gets played on that. Yeah, and I get why people don't like it, but at the same time, I do like that because then you get that scene with Jonathan Kent, and then of course the way that it's like, oh yeah, you know, because he's all about having his parents' message, his real parents, and now when he's healing and, you know, getting, you know, recuperating and recovering from, you know, being Superman, then he's like, no, yeah, now I'm seeing images of now my Earth parents. And yeah, I thought that was like a cool thing at me when it came to story wise, but I get why people don't like it.
I think with Kara, it's going to be a little different because she watched Krypton die. Like, literally, like she saw Argo City get lifted up. The last days of Krypton, she was there on the ground watching it all unfold. And even in the book, like that's a thing that happens. And her father's there up until the very end. He shuttles her off on a rocket, which I'm sure we're probably going to see because they've got her and Crypto there in the last days of Krypton. And even that line where she says, you know, the gods are not that kind. I'm just like, man, this fucking movie is going to be dope.
I know.
I'm looking forward to it.
I love that. And, you know, I think Craig Gillespie is going to give us something pretty good. Yeah, guys. All right. I think we'll wrap up this stream right here. You know, like I said, let's not go too crazy when it comes to all this stuff. Supergirl is probably going to be a good little summer blockbuster. I think Lanterns is going to be
the first one.
Yeah.
It's the first superhero movie of the year.
Yeah. And I think Lanterns is going to surprise people, even with, you know, not the best tagline, but at the same time, I think people are being a little disingenuous when it comes to some of the stuff. But it's nice to see that people are like, oh, wow, look at Clayface.
Did you notice that all three of the DC movies have look in their, in their tagline, like Superman, look up, Supergirl, look out.
Yeah.
Clayface, look in the face of fear.
Yeah. I saw that. And I did see I saw a funny tweet that said like that somebody put like quote tweeted some, you know, one of the accounts that were saying that. It was funny because, and I know, you know, but it said like, after the Paramount merger, James Gunn's to be looking for another job. I was like, good joke. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just thought that was a fun joke. I can laugh at that, but it was just kind of funny. It was like, after the Paramount merger, James Gunn's going to be looking for another job.
You know, someone asked me, do you think James Gunn is going to, you know, dip from DC Studios, or you think he's going to get ousted? I was like, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Nah, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. And even if he does, it says something happens, I wouldn't think that they're going to just dismantle and reboot everything. I don't think they would do that. And I said that in I think I said that in one of the recent Film Junkie lives. I was like, even if James Gunn were to go anywhere, I don't think they're going to just dismantle everything and, obviously there's people there like, oh yeah, they're just gonna bring Zach back. I'm like, no,
No.
I mean, he's gonna be busy. If anything, years from now, he could come back and do like something in an Elseworld sense, which I really hope that does happen.
Sure.
And I know Zach would be open to it, and I think even like his DC actors would be open to it too. I'm always been, but yeah, I really don't think James Gunn's going anywhere. But even if he does, I think they don't dismantle what he's already established. Maybe they just go like, yeah, let's take this and go another direction. I don't know. It's all like weird. But when you got stupid sites like Cosmic Book saying, "Oh yeah, he's gonna be out before Man of Tomorrow," it's like, well, it's filming now. What's up next? And then I'm seeing like some of those. They're saying like, "Oh, he's gonna be out at the end of the year." So he's gonna film Man of Tomorrow, and then they're gonna get rid of him. That doesn't even make sense, guys. Like, if anything, Man of Tomorrow could be his last movie. Let's just leave it at that. Could be his last movie. Will it be? Maybe not. Probably not. If you were to make bets, probably not. But let's just at least be smart about it, where it's like he's literally filming. The movie is in production. It's got the budget. It's coming out.
It's a weekend of production now.
It's going to come out. So James Gunn is here for another year plus. It's like no matter what, how we feel, and even me who doesn't, it's not like that. It's like, yeah, he's going to be here for a year plus, for at least when that movie comes out. Maybe who knows what happens after that.
If you go by contract, his contract technically is up in November.
Yes.
So whether or not he re-ups and him and Safran re-up, probably entirely up to them at this point.
Yeah.
We just saw the Warner Brothers shareholders have approved the Paramount merger, but they declined David Zaslav's pay package.
Yeah, which is good. He doesn't fucking need any more.
He doesn't deserve that. Not after all the shit he's pulled, honestly. But
it's like, dude, how much money do you fucking need?
If Paramount absorbs Warner Brothers and they, operate similarly, whatever, to how Fox operates under Disney, I don't think it's going to be that quite similar. But if they just let Warner Brothers do their thing, right, then I don't see a situation where James Gunn gets the boot or walks away or whatever. Now, if David Ellison comes in swinging his dick, telling him how to do his job, I could see a point where James Gunn and Peter Safran go, okay, fuck you, deuces, bye.
Yeah, because the Gunn has made an emphasis on like, we're our own thing,
Right.
we do what we want to do, and we're trying to do this, we're trying to do that. We know what I've been there. He's been there where he's like had somebody, we've had,
Right.
and obviously you're still reporting to Warner Brothers no matter what. I mean, it's not like, yeah, he's his own studio, but you're still under the Warner Brothers, blanket. So it's like, no matter what, you still have people that you have to report to, but at the same time, you're still your own thing, where it's like they're letting you go, hey, you're your own studio, do your thing. But yeah, if David Ellison starts walking in and going, nope, I don't like this, I don't like that, that's where, yeah, then I totally agree with you. Like Safran and Gunn are going to be like, all right, well, fuck this then. We're out.
Yeah,
it's not what we signed up for.
Yeah, it's not like they wouldn't find work elsewhere either.
No, they would totally be okay. So, all right. Well, this was fun, obviously, and thank you everybody who stuck around with us, and of course, thank you to Chris, thank you to William, thank you to Ronan, thank you to Taladia, thank you to, of course, David Perez. Am I forgetting anybody? I always do. Yeah, I think that was everybody, right?
I think you got everybody.
Yeah, I think I got everybody. But again, congrats to Perez for his hard-fought battle against the robots and his channel. Because man, it was like every day he was making it a point. Because I think he runs like well, he doesn't run, but I think he does something with media. That's why he's like, when he was emphasizing, hey, if you want some free coaching, I'm all about it. And like I said, he's given me some pointers where I was like, oh, I didn't think about doing that, and they've actually helped. So I was like, oh wow, cool. So he's a knowledgeable dude, And yeah, like I said, he built up his channel for about 3.5 years and got it to a point. And yeah, it sucks when you wake up to something like that. And yeah, I think this was like a wake-up call to YouTube, because he was not the only one that was going through this. There was like a whole wave of channels getting flagged for being inauthentic or whatever the hell from their AI programs that got demonetized. So congrats to him for getting his partnership back. And what do you got, Phil? Do you got anything to promote?
You know, I just have 2 reactions to the Coyote versus Acme trailer, as well as Clayface. Other than that, at the moment, no. I'm sure in the next couple days or week or so, I'll try and get back on the Eternal Night to talk about the Clayface trailer in great detail with I don't know who I want to bring on for that yet, but you know, things are kind of moving along. I mean, the new job is really kind of, you know, readjusted my whole schedule. Right, yeah, exactly.
No, I get it. No.
Other than that, you know, Vero, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, Unfiltered, YouTube, all that fun stuff. That's pretty much it. You can catch me here every Friday. Most Fridays. You can catch me on Council Creators every Wednesday. That's about it.
Cool. Well, all right, guys. Thank you. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that like, thumbs up. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.